Chapter 1666. Willow Tree and the others in the castle looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. But more than that, they were happy. These days, because they were worried about Qin Feiyang's safety, they had been in a state of anxiety. If it weren't for their strong minds, they would have collapsed. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang come out alive, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, what followed was also a lot of doubts. How did Qin Feiyang come out? One had to know. Not only Zhuge Mingyang, but also they had been staring at the door of the hall. From the beginning to the end, the door had not been opened. White-eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in the picture, raised his eyebrows and said, "No, he is not little Qin Zi, but the inner demons." Listening to the laughter, Fat Lord already knew that it was the inner demons. However, since the inner demons appeared, the boss must be fine. Fatso said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Outside, Zhuge Mingyang looked at the inner demons and frowned. "When did you come out?" "Just now," the inner demons said. "Just now." Zhuge Mingyang frowned more and more. Did this guy come out by opening the portal? But it seemed that the portal couldn't be opened in the desert. And Qin Feiyang was now a disabled person, so he couldn't open the portal. At this moment, the inner demons didn't have the slightest aura of cultivation from head to toe, just like an ordinary person. Of course, he was deliberately teasing Zhuge Mingyang. "Surprised, aren't you? You were waiting outside just to catch me off guard, but in the end, you didn't show off. Are you very angry now?" The inner demons sneered. "Yes. I'm very angry now. But answer me, can you withstand my wrath in your current state?" Zhuge Mingyang sneered and charged towards the inner demons with a terrifying demonic aura. "Save the young master!" Ning Mingi shouted. Willow Tree waved his hand. Ning Mingi, Cui Li, Li Yun, and Willow Tree himself immediately appeared above the inner demons. Following closely, the four of them unleashed their auras, and their quasi-divinity energy gushed out, rushing towards Zhuge Mingyang. "It's best that all of you come out, lest I have to deal with you one by one." Zhuge Mingyang let out a maniacal laugh. The grayish-white power of the false god emerged and roared in the sky. Rumble. Willow Tree and the other three's false god powers were instantly shattered. The four of them turned pale. They quickly looked at the inner demons and said, "Young master, let's go to the castle." The inner demons, however, turned a deaf ear to him. They laughed and waved their hands. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying power of the rules came crashing down. This is, Willow Tree and the other three were shocked. How could the young master control the rule force? Zhuge Mingyang looked at the rule force with a look of horror. What was going on? What did he get in the main hall? Rumble. The rule force fell, and its aura firmly locked onto Zhuge Mingyang. No matter where Zhuge Mingyang escaped, the rule force would follow. That terrifying aura caused his body to crack continuously, and blood flowed out like a fountain. In the nick of time, Zhuge Mingyang entered the Space Divine item. With a loud bang, the rule force blasted on the Space Divine item, but it didn't shatter it. Young master, you, Willow Tree and the other three flew to the side of the inner demons, their faces full of shock. "Step aside." But before the four of them finished speaking, the inner demons shouted coldly. They glanced at the place where Zhuge Mingyang disappeared, and their eyes were extremely hazy. "Yes." The four of them hurriedly retreated behind the inner demons. The inner demons sneered, "Come out, what's the point of hiding?" Swish. Zhuge Mingyang appeared in the opposite void and said in a deep voice, "What did you get?" "You can control the rule force of a miracle." "Wrong. I'm not controlling the rule force of a miracle, but the rule force of the Black Tortoise world." The inner demons said. "The rule force of the Black Tortoise world, could it be that you've already controlled the Black Tortoise world?" Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of disbelief. "Yes." The inner demons nodded. How is this possible? Zhuge Mingyang roared. The inner demons waved his hand, and another rule force fell. He sneered, isn't this the best proof? It can't be. Zhuge Mingyang looked at the rule force and shook his head frantically. But Willow Tree and the others were incomparably excited. The Black Tortoise world had fallen into the young master's hands. Did that mean that the young master could now help them remove the devil mark? Not to mention the devil mark, just the Black Tortoise world being controlled by the young master was already something worth celebrating. I don't believe it. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly roared, and the Bone Dragon Battle Soul roared in the sky. With its innate ability, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward Qin Feiyang. Young master, be careful. Willow Tree hurriedly shouted. The inner demons smiled disdainfully, and the rule force blasted toward the Bone Dragon. Boom! The Bone Dragon wailed and shattered on the spot. Puff! Zhuge Mingyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Come, kill me. But Zhuge Mingyang was even crazier. He ignored his injuries and directly pounced toward the inner demons. I don't believe that you're really immortal. The inner demon's bloody eyes were as cold as a blade. Roar! Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a purple-gold divine dragon rushed out from behind him. This is Purple-Gold Dragon Soul. Willow Tree and the other three were dumbfounded. Zhuge Mingyang was also stunned. Didn't Qin Feiyang lose his cultivation? How could he still activate his battle soul? Emperor Prison. The inner demons roared. A monstrous dragon aura and emperor aura erupted between heaven and earth. A divine prison immediately appeared. It's an innate ability, he didn't lose his cultivation, Zhuge Mingyang muttered and roared, you bastard, you actually lied to me, despicable, shameless. Lied to you? There's really no need for that. The inner demons smiled contemptuously. The divine prison fell, and Zhuge Mingyang was immediately imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Immediately. The inner demons shouted to Willow Tree and the other three, go and kill him immediately. Yes. The four responded respectfully, and immediately rushed toward Zhuge Mingyang with monstrous killing intent. Kill me? With just you guys? Zhuge Mingyang smiled proudly, and a terrifying demonic aura burst out of his body. The Emperor Divine Prison had been torn apart. Qin Feiyang, there's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly, and did not continue to fight. He immediately entered the divine space item and drove it away. The inner demons released their divine sense and rushed toward the divine space item. It's divine sense. We're not dreaming. The young master's cultivation has really recovered. Willow Tree and the other three were overjoyed. Very quickly. The inner demon's divine sense locked onto the divine space item, and then took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of the divine space item. This speed is even faster than teleportation. Ning Mingi was shocked. You don't understand. The young master controls the Black Tortoise world. He can go anywhere with just a thought. Willow Tree laughed. Ning Mingi couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Not only did he recover his cultivation, but he also obtained the Black Tortoise world. Such luck and opportunity was really enviable. In my world, where can you ask for it? The inner demons looked at the divine space item with ridicule in his eyes. Boom! Rays of rule power continued to fall, forming a cage that was dozens of feet wide, trapping the divine space item. Bang bang bang! Zhuge Mingyang drove the divine space item and crazily hit the cage. However, although his divine space item could withstand the bombardment of rule power, it couldn't break the rule power. However, although Zhuge Mingyang was trapped, the inner demon's face was a little ugly. Because according to the current situation, he didn't have the ability to break the divine space item. If he couldn't break the divine space item, then there was no way to kill Zhuge Mingyang. Willow Tree and the other three flew over and looked at the inner demons. Young master, why don't you try using the castle? Castle, the inner demon's eyes flickered and nodded. Okay, call out all the false gods for me immediately. Okay. Willow Tree responded and immediately entered the castle. Not long after, Yu Huang, Li Yun's woman, Zhao Tailai, and the Grand Deacon and Ling Yunfei's divine space item all appeared with the Willow Tree. Greetings, young master. More than 100 false gods bowed in unison. The inner demons shouted, Revival Castle, break his divine space item for me. Yes. Everyone responded respectfully. Swish. Before his voice died away, Zhuge Mingyang appeared in the cage. There was a hint of anxiety on his face as he asked, Brother Qin, are you really going to kill them all? What? Are you finally afraid? It seems like it's just as we expected. Your undying demon technique is only effective on me. In other words, no matter how many times I kill you, you will revive. But if someone else kills you, you will completely disappear. The inner demon sneered. Hearing this, Zhuge Mingyang's face darkened slightly. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. So? The inner demon said. So I must die in your hands, because only then can I become stronger. By the way, I'll tell you one more time. If I die again, I can step into the war god realm. Zhuge Mingyang sneered again and again. You won't have a chance. The inner demon's eyes turned cold, and a ray of rule force suddenly fell, penetrating the cage, and blasted towards Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang disappeared in an instant. Clang! Boom! The rule force immediately blasted the divine space item that was exposed outside. A wave of destructive energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The cage was smashed into pieces. The moment the cage was smashed, Zhuge Mingyang appeared like lightning and rushed towards the inner demons at an astonishing speed. Stop him, don't let him come near me. The inner demons shouted. Ning Mingi and the others immediately went forward. Willow Tree even used the castle as a brick and smashed it towards Zhuge Mingyang. Do you think you can stop me? Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Divine light burst out from under his feet, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. He easily passed by Willow Tree and the others, and rushed to the inner demons, and punched towards the inner demon's head. Even the inner demons didn't have time to react to this sudden increase in speed. He instinctively raised his arm and met Zhuge Mingyang's fist with his palm, and the false god's power roared out. Zhuge Mingyang smiled as if his plan had worked. He loosened his fist and took the initiative to meet his death. Oh no! The inner demons came back to his senses and quickly retracted his arm. Seeing this. Chapter 1667. Crack! Immediately, Zhuge Mingyang's heart shattered, his entire chest caved in, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang who was slowly falling down, the inner demons were stunned. Willow Tree and the others were also dumbstruck. All of a sudden, the inner demons came back to their senses and shouted, Quickly check if he's dead, we can't let him die in my hands. Willow Tree immediately swooped down, caught Zhuge Mingyang, and then lay flat in the void to check on Zhuge Mingyang's injuries. A great enemy is in front of us, but we can't kill him. This is so fucking frustrating. The inner demons roared angrily, then rushed to Willow Tree's side and asked, How's the situation? He's not dead yet. He's just seriously injured and fainted. Willow Tree looked up at the inner demons and said in surprise. Not dead. The inner demons was stunned. I think he has underestimated the strength of his current physical body. Last time, he ate the divine meat of the giant python with us, and the strength of his body has been greatly improved. And just now, in a moment of desperation, you also held back some of your strength, so you didn't kill him in one blow. Willow Tree analyzed. Ha, the heavens are really helping me. The inner demons couldn't help but laugh. Zhuge Mingyang didn't die in his hands, then everything was fine. On the contrary, Zhuge Mingyang overreached and fell into a coma, which was equivalent to being a fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. The inner demon's eyes flashed with killing intent, lowered his head to look at Zhuge Mingyang, and said, "You didn't expect that, right? You didn't die even though you wanted to, but instead put yourself in a real desperate situation." Now that Zhuge Mingyang was unconscious, Willow Tree and the others next to him could easily kill him. If he died in the hands of Willow Tree and the others, then Zhuge Mingyang would not be able to be reborn. The so-called undying demon art was nothing more than an empty shell. The inner demon said, "Kill him." Willow Tree nodded. The power of the false god emerged in his palm as he slapped toward Zhuge Mingyang's head with all his might. However, at this moment, Zhuge Mingyang, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of grayish-white light shot out from his eyes. Following closely, he raised his arm and punched out, colliding with Willow Tree's palm. Bang! Willow Tree was knocked back on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. On the other hand, Zhuge Mingyang looked as if nothing had happened. He stood still in the air. The inner demons raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. "Are you pretending?" He. Zhuge Mingyang smiled but said nothing. But that laughter made the inner demons and the others' scalps tingle. Because Zhuge Mingyang's voice had changed. It became hoarse and old, as if he was a different person. And if one looked carefully, his eyes had also changed, filled with a sense of vicissitudes and coldness. What's going on? Willow Tree and the others looked at each other. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the Willow Tree group and looked at the inner demons. "Let your original body come out." The inner demons said in shock and anger, "You are not Zhuge Mingyang." "Who are you?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "When your original body comes out, this old man will naturally tell you." The inner demons raised an eyebrow, and his consciousness entered the inner world. Qin Feiyang's consciousness also entered the body. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Say it." Zhuge Mingyang said, "Do you know where the mermaid princess and Lin Yi are?" "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he said in surprise, "What do you want to say?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "They are this old man's last disciples. They are now cultivating in seclusion somewhere, and they are probably about to become gods now." Last disciple. Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he said angrily, "Who the hell are you?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "It doesn't matter who this old man is. What matters is the mermaid princess and the others. What do you want to do?" "Last disciple. Is it really that simple?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Yes, it's that simple. In order to train them, this old man has spent a lot of effort. Tell me, shouldn't you be grateful to this old man?" Zhuge Mingyang laughed hoarsely, his eyes full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, "So it was you who took them away?" No. They left with this old man willingly. Of course, this old man also admits that I did use some dirty tricks." Zhuge Mingyang said proudly. "Where are they now?" Qin Feiyang said. "They are fine now, don't worry about them. Also, this old man guesses that there is someone you will be interested in." Zhuge Mingyang said again. "Who?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhuge Mingyang said, "Your grandfather." "Grandfather?" Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled, and he stepped forward to grab Zhuge Mingyang's clothes, and shouted, "What about my grandfather? Don't you think it's strange? Why have you never seen your grandfather when you went to the Lu family several times? And why are the people of the Lu family unwilling to give you a direct answer whenever you ask?" Zhuge Mingyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "I have seen through this long ago, you don't need to remind me. Just tell me, what happened to my grandfather?" Zhuge Mingyang said playfully, "How can this old man answer you when you grab me like this?" Qin Feiyang looked gloomily at Zhuge Mingyang, and then let go of his hand. Zhuge Mingyang tidied up his wrinkled clothes and said with a smile, "You won't find the answer you want in Miracle. I don't want to listen to nonsense, just tell me." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said angrily, "Young man, how can you be like this? Don't you know that you should be nicer to the elderly?" How can this old man tell you when you are like this? Zhuge Mingyang said unhappily. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, loosened his fingers, and said with a smile, "Is this okay? Can you tell me now?" Smiling is considered a good attitude. This old man can do that too. Zhuge Mingyang grinned and smiled very brightly. Qin Feiyang's anger suddenly became uncontrollable. This person was obviously deliberately playing with him. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. If you want to know the answer, go to the reincarnation ocean after you leave Miracle. Zhuge Mingyang said. Reincarnation ocean? Qin Feiyang was stunned, lowered his head, and frowned. He remembered that his mother also disappeared in the reincarnation ocean. Could it be related to this? Reincarnation ocean, what secrets were hidden in it? Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked up at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Are you done? If you are, it's time to send you to hell." This is what this old man is going to say next. Don't kill Zhuge Mingyang. Because if Zhuge Mingyang dies, even if you search the entire reincarnation ocean, you won't find anything. Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Ensure Zhuge Mingyang's safety and follow him to the second level of the godly site to do something. As for what it is, when you reach the second floor, Zhuge Mingyang will naturally tell you. Remember, if he loses a single hair, this old man will settle the score with you. After Zhuge Mingyang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted again, falling down. Willow Tree looked at Zhuge Mingyang, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Young master, what's going on with him? Is it a possession?" It's not a possession. Because if it's a possession, Zhuge Mingyang's consciousness will be devoured. But now, Zhuge Mingyang's consciousness is still there. I think it should be some old monster hiding in his body. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Old monster? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Ning Mingi said, "Then what do we do now? What else can we do?" "Save him." Qin Feiyang said angrily. Okay. Ning Mingi quickly flew down and caught Zhuge Mingyang, took out a healing pill and a heart protection pill, and fed them to Zhuge Mingyang. The healing pill and heart protection pill were naturally given to everyone by Ling Yunfei. You still want to save him, how annoying. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, who was gradually getting better, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel angry. Willow Tree said carefully, "Young master, I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." Speak. Qin Feiyang said. What's the situation with Lin Yi, the mermaid princess, and your grandfather? Why are you so passive? Willow Tree was suspicious. Li Yun and others were also puzzled. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said, "It's a long story. You can ask Fatso and the others. They all know." Willow Tree and others nodded. After a while, Zhuge Mingyang finally woke up. He stood in the void, glanced at Willow Tree and others, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, frowning, "Why am I not dead?" "You're lucky." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and said, "Who is the old man lurking in your body?" Old man? Zhuge Mingyang was taken aback, and then showed a look of realization. He smiled and said, "I see. It seems that Master has come forward." Master? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't expect that Zhuge Mingyang and the mysterious old man were actually master and disciple. Zhuge Mingyang asked, "Did Master tell you anything else?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Zhuge Mingyang grinned and said, "Then let me interview you. How do you feel now? What are you proud of? If it weren't for your master, you would be a corpse now. With your brain, I really don't understand why the old man would take a fancy to you. He even accepted you as his disciple." Qin Feiyang said disdainfully. "Whatever you say, I don't care. I only know that the women you care about the most are now my junior sisters. Master also said that when everything is dealt with, he will betroth them to me. You can rest assured that I will take care of them for you." Zhuge Mingyang teased. You're courting death. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly surged with murderous intent. Kill me if you have the ability. Zhuge Mingyang raised his neck with a fearless look on his face. You're powerful, aren't you? Okay. Then you can slowly return to the undead mountain range alone. Qin Feiyang sneered and disappeared without a trace with the willow tree group. What do you mean? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. Returning to the undead mountain range alone? The next moment, a monstrous anger rose from his body as he roared, Qin Feiyang, you bastard, you actually left me here. Believe it or not, I will ask Master to kill Lin Yi and the others, one should know. It took him almost a year to come here from the undead mountain range. Moreover, they were still rushing on without stopping to rest. In other words, it would take him a year to go back now. Or even longer. After all, there was no one to take care of him on the road. He had to walk alone in this desert for a year without anyone to talk to. Just thinking about it, he couldn't help but collapse and go crazy. However, no matter how he roared and threatened, Qin Feiyang did not appear again. He regretted it. Why was he so impulsive? Why didn't he wait until he left the desert and then yell at Qin Feiyang? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Chapter 1668. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and his group landed in the sky above a square. Aeon City. Li Yun and the others stood in the square, scanning the surrounding buildings, their faces full of shock. This was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they actually came to Aeon City from the deepest part of the desert. Young master, now you are equivalent to the master of the Black Tortoise world. Then the fire dragon, the giant python, and the small beast, can they still break in now? Ning Mingi asked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this question. Logically speaking, without my permission, they can't break in, but what? Everyone looked at him nervously. Although this Black Tortoise world is an independent small world, in some aspects, it is actually the same as a spatial divine object. If the other party's strength is strong enough, it will be difficult to stop him. The fire dragon and the giant python, I'm basically sure that they won't be able to come in again. But the small beast, it's really hard to say. Because its strength is too terrifying, it has mastered the power of law. Qin Feiyang said. Heard about it. Everyone's heart sank. But you don't have to worry too much. The small beast went to the third floor, it shouldn't appear again. As for the giant python and the fire dragon, they didn't pose a threat to us before, and now they can't hurt us. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the willow tree and said, give me the castle. Okay. The willow tree waved its hand, and the castle immediately flew out from between its eyebrows, flew in front of Qin Feiyang, and erased the blood contract. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hands and held the castle in his hands, secretly swearing that no matter what, he would not lose the castle again. Whoosh! After he dripped a drop of blood on it to claim ownership, the ancient castle disappeared into his glabella. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, Fatso and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, appeared one after another. What are you doing? Fatso looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, what else? Of course, it's to remove your demon imprints. Can I? Everyone was stunned and asked. Of course. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took off the clothes covering his chest. Everyone looked over and was pleasantly surprised to find that the devil mark on Qin Feiyang's chest had disappeared. The group of people instantly became excited. Especially Ning Mingi, Li Yun, Cui Li, and Willow Tree, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lu Zhen glanced at Ning Mingi and the others, then suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, little cousin, come here for a moment. After saying that, he soared into the air and flew out of the city. Qin Feiyang followed him suspiciously. The two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived in the sky above the plains outside the city. What's wrong? Why are you being so mysterious? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lu Zheng said, do you know that the slave imprints on Willow Tree and the others have disappeared? You're talking about this. When they were resurrected, I already knew that the slave imprints didn't come with them. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. How can you still laugh? Do you know how big of a hidden danger this is? Lu Zheng said angrily. Hidden danger? Aren't you thinking too much? Isn't everyone quite amiable now? Look at Willow Tree. The ancient castle is on him, and I don't see him having any bad thoughts. And just now, when I asked him to return it to me, he didn't say anything and just gave it to me. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said, I've seen Willow Tree's loyalty and have never doubted it, but you'd better restrain Ning Mingi and the others. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Think about it, they have already reached stage 10 of the false god realm. Once the devil imprints are removed, they will immediately break through and become real war gods. Lu Zheng said in a deep voice. That's a good thing. They will be of great help to us when they step into the war god realm. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. It's indeed a good thing. But at the same time, it's also an extremely risky thing. Think about it, when they break through to the war god realm, without the restriction of the slave imprints and the devil imprints, will they still be respectful to you and listen to you? Let me tell you, a false god is different from a war god. How can someone who has stepped into the war god realm willingly submit to others, especially when your cultivation is lower than theirs? Lu Zheng sneered. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened, and he muttered, they won't do such an ungrateful thing, right? After all, I was the one who let them be reborn. Don't be naive. Don't you know the cruelty of cultivation? Lu Zheng snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang fell silent. After a while, he said, then what do you think we should do? Either we use the slave imprint to control them again. Or we don't help them remove the devil imprint. In short, we have to control everything in our own hands. This way, we won't be afraid of accidents. Of course, I'm not saying that we have to control them forever. After confirming that they really don't have any ulterior motives, just like the willow tree, we can remove the slave imprint. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, you're right, we can't let our guard down. We can take this opportunity to test them. Kid, you're quite smart. Lu Zheng laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The two turned around and quickly returned to the square. Lu Zheng silently walked to Lu Hong's side. Qin Feiyang stood in front, glancing at Ning Mingi and the others, and said with a smile, you'll be able to remove the devil imprint soon. Are you very excited? Of course. Willow Tree nodded. Ning Mingi and the others were also full of smiles. Removing the devil imprint is a small matter. But I have a question to ask you, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. Qin Feiyang said. Young master, please ask. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang said, if I say that I want to use the slave imprint to control you again, will you be willing? Everyone was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter. Willow Tree was the first to react. But Ning Mingi and the others hesitated. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said disappointedly, if you were like Willow Tree and didn't hesitate at all, I wouldn't control you anymore. So you were testing. Willow Tree suddenly realized, turned around to look at Ning Mingi and the others, and coldly snorted, so you have other thoughts. Young master exhausted his cultivation to save you, you really don't know how to be grateful. It's not like that. Ning Mingi quickly said. Then what is it? You guys are really good at acting. When young master saved you, what did you say? Swear to follow and never betray. Since you all swore to follow young master, then why are you afraid of the slave imprint? Since you're afraid, doesn't that mean you still have other thoughts? Willow Tree angrily said. Everyone lowered their heads in silence, their faces full of shame. I was right. Actually, what are you thinking? I know. Once the devil imprint is removed, you rank 10 false gods can immediately step into the war god realm. War gods still have to work for others, just thinking about it makes you feel unreconciled, right? Willow Tree coldly sneered. These words were exactly what Ning Mingi and the others were thinking. Lu Jing secretly sneered, little cousin, did you see that? This is the human heart. Sigh. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh, looked at Ning Mingi and the others, and said, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet, I won't force you guys, those who are willing to stay, come to my side. Yu Huang said, what if they don't want to stay? Even if they don't want to stay, I will still help them remove the devil imprint and send them out of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. Young master has already done his best, you guys think about it carefully. Willow Tree looked at Ning Mingi and the others and said, then strode to Qin Feiyang's side. This emperor thinks that following Qin boy will have a bright future. Yu Huang chuckled and also ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Ning Mingi, Li Yun, and the others looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. You used your cultivation to save them, was it worth it? Inner demons saw this scene in the inner world and angrily said. It was worth it. At least Willow Tree and Yu Huang stayed by my side. There is a good saying, friends are not many, but understanding. In this life, being able to make a few close friends is already very good. Qin Feiyang laughed. Nonsense. The inner demon snorted through its nose. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at Ning Mingi and the others, and said, it seems that this is your choice, forget it, do as you wish. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the heart of origin appeared, passing through the hearts of the group of people one by one. Ning Mingi and the others hurriedly checked their hearts and were pleasantly surprised to find that the devil mark had really disappeared. Thank you, Brother Qin. If there is a chance, I, Li Yun, will definitely repay your kindness today. Li Yun bowed and said. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and then waved his hand, and the people of Fengtian Palace immediately disappeared. Because Li Yun's words were enough to represent his decision to leave the Black Tortoise realm. Ning Mingi glanced at Lu Zheng and the others, took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang, and bowed, this is the last time I call you young master, take care. Take care. Qin Feiyang smiled. Young master, wait. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai ran in front of Qin Feiyang, and said, I want to stay. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhao Tailai, what are you doing? Ning Mingi said angrily. Zhao Tailai said, only by following the young master will I have a chance to avenge Shi Meng, you guys go. You're confused. Ning Mingi said angrily. Lu Jing sneered, the Vanga League no longer exists, he is no longer one of your people, if he wants to stay, it is his freedom, what can you do? Ning Mingi glanced at Lu Zheng, looked at Zhao Tailai, and said, are you sure you want to stay? Zhao Tailai nodded. Young master, I have also decided to stay. At this time, Cui Li, who was standing in the crowd, gritted his teeth and stood out, looking at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ning Mingi glanced at Cui Li, then looked at Zhao Tailai, and said angrily, idiot, all idiots. Immediately, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, send us out. His attitude changed in an instant. Not only did he not have the slightest respect, but it also made people feel that Qin Feiyang owed him millions. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the group of people from the Vanga League immediately disappeared. Fatso stepped forward and patted Zhao Tailai and Cui Li on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Old Zhao, Old Cui, believe in Fat Lord, you made the right choice. Zhao Tailai and Cui Li looked at each other and smiled, looked at everyone, and said, then in the future, please take care of us. Since you are staying, you are one of us, taking care of you is necessary. White-Eyed Wolf laughed. Lu Hong and the others were also smiling. Chapter 1669. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying divine power rushed out of Zhao Tailai's body. Qin Feiyang and the others were taken aback for a moment before their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was a sign that Zhao Tailai was about to break through. Quickly retreat! Qin Feiyang shouted. Whoosh! The group of people suddenly rushed into the sky and left Aeon City. Zhao Tailai was also surprised. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Boom! Crack! Above the sky, the wind gradually blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. What's going on? Could it be that he also has a heavenly tribulation? White-eyed Wolf said in surprise. This is just a vision of becoming a god, not a heavenly tribulation. Only someone like my little cousin who defied the heavens and became a god would have a heavenly tribulation. Lu Zheng said. Not necessarily. Zhuge Mingyang also defied the heavens and became a god, but why didn't he have a heavenly tribulation? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng asked, did you see him become a god with your own eyes? Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, if there really was a heavenly tribulation, the beasts in the devil's land would definitely have sensed it, and there would also be traces of the heavenly tribulation on the ground. But at that time, the Vanga League and Fengtian Palace investigated, but they didn't find any relevant information. Doesn't this mean that when he became a god, there was no heavenly tribulation? Qin Feiyang said. Then I don't know. Lu Zheng shook his head. Boom! Zhao Tailai's aura was also getting stronger and stronger. Aeon City had already begun to crack and collapse. Even the earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles began to tremble violently. Abyssal cracks continued to appear and spread towards the end of the world at an astonishing speed. Boom! About 10 breaths passed. Aeon City had been razed to the ground and no longer existed. Accompanied by an even more terrifying aura, Zhao Tailai's body was suddenly enveloped in endless divine light. It was an extremely pure divine light without any impurities. Boom! Following closely. Streaks of black divine power rolled out of his body like a tide, exuding a destructive aura. Roar! The next moment. Following a loud roar, a huge ferocious beast soared into the air from behind him. It was a qilin. It had the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of an elk, and the scales of a dragon. However, unlike the fire qilin, its entire body was as black as ink and was surrounded by black flames. This is an ink qilin. Lu Zheng was shocked. Did not expect that this Zhao Tailai actually activated the divine beast battle soul. There were many types of qilins. Fire qilin, blood qilin, snow qilin, ink qilin, and so on. Among them, the fire qilin was the rarest. Although the ink qilin was inferior to the fire qilin, it was still a type of qilin and was a supreme divine beast. Those who possessed such a fighting soul were extremely rare. The black qilin raised its head and roared. Black flames covered the sky. Very soon, its aura also began to transform. A pure aura of a divine beast was emitted. Meanwhile, in the sky, wisps of auspicious light fell and merged into the glabella of the black qilin and Zhao Tailai. This is the gift of becoming a god. It's said that after merging with this auspicious light, the person who becomes a god will be able to manifest a spirit. The fighting soul can also break out of its cocoon and evolve into a body of flesh and blood, born from my consciousness. Lu Zheng said. A body of flesh and blood? Isn't that equivalent to a true divine beast? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. That's right. However, even if it evolves into a body of flesh and blood, it's closely related to its master. When the master dies, the fighting soul will be annihilated as well. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang said, what if it's a weapon soul or a fighting soul? For example, my crimson sword soul and the 9-leaf fire lotus? Lu Zheng said, they'll solidify as well. That's amazing. If a weapon soul solidifies, doesn't that mean it's a true divine weapon? The white-eyed wolf said in surprise. That's right. Lu Zheng nodded. There are so many benefits to becoming a god. The others exchanged glances. Their desire to become a god grew. When the auspicious light merged with Zhao Tai Lai and the black Qilin's foreheads, the phenomenon in the sky quickly dissipated. Zhao Tai Lai opened his eyes as well. His dark eyes shone with a divine light. They were like two bottomless pits that sucked in one's soul. Did it work? Qin Feiyang landed in front of Zhao Tai Lai and asked. Emicham, Zhao Tai Lai nodded. He recalled his fighting soul and said, now, all that's left is to fuse with the auspicious light. Qin Feiyang asked, how long will it take to fuse with it? No one in the Black Tortoise realm has ever reached the War God realm. That's why I don't know. Zhao Tai Lai shook his head. Lu Jing appeared out of thin air and said with a smile, it won't take long. 2 or 3 months at most. That long? Zhao Tai Lai was surprised. 2 or 3 months. Is that long? Lu Jing was speechless. He said, if you think it's too long, you can go to your cousin's castle. A day outside is 10 days inside. 2 or 3 months will pass in no time. All right. Zhao Tai Lai nodded. He then said, Ning Mingi and the others should have become true gods by now. Young master, I think you should control them by force. Why? Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. Think about it. Li Yun, Ning Mingi, and those deacons and elders have all reached rank 10 false god realm. If you control them, you'll have more than 20 war gods under your command. What kind of concept is that? Zhao Tai Lai said. Brother Zhao is right. With more than 20 war gods, as long as that small beast doesn't appear, we can basically sweep through the divine ruins. Cui Li flew over and nodded. Don't think of the divine ruins as a simple matter. It's impossible for just 20 war gods to do it. Lu Jing said. Micham. Zhao Tai Lai and Cui Li looked at Lu Jing in surprise and asked, young master, do you know a lot about the divine ruins? Not really, but I know a thing or two. Even war gods might not be able to survive the 2nd floor, let alone the legendary 3rd floor. Lu Jing said. Zhao Tai Lai and Cui Li's pupils suddenly shrank. Although they had been in the divine ruins for so many years, they had always been in the Black Tortoise world and had never been to the 2nd floor. Even so, it's still a pity to let Ning Mingi and the others go just like that. Zhao Tai Lai said. If it's not yours, you can't force it. There's nothing to pity. Besides, do you really think that without the restriction of the devil mark, they can live freely after leaving the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang sneered. Young master, what do you mean? Zhao Tai Lai was surprised. That's right. The fire dragon and the giant python won't let them go. Leaving the Black Tortoise world means death for them. Even if they don't die, their days will be very difficult. Qin Feiyang said. They deserve it. They don't deserve sympathy. Willow Tree coldly snorted. The white-eyed wolf said, Little Qin Zi, can you see if they're still outside? They shouldn't be. When the inner demons and I were still in the main hall, we already went out. As soon as we went out, the principal force wanted to send us to the 2nd floor. Qin Feiyang pondered. Already went out? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. Then after we went out, where did we end up? The place where we first entered the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and urged, quickly take us out to have a look. Zhao Tai Lai and Cui Li also had a look of yearning. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Zhao Tai Lai. There's a volcano outside. Old Zhao, create a divine barrier to protect everyone. Although they would be sent to the 2nd floor if they went out now, as long as they brought everyone into the Black Tortoise world in time, they would be fine. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Zhao Tai Lai waved his hand and a barrier suddenly appeared. Then, Qin Feiyang led everyone out of the Black Tortoise world and descended above the sea of fire. Boom! As soon as they appeared, they felt a terrifying divine power. What's going on? The group of people was surprised and quickly scanned their surroundings. Their expressions were suddenly stunned. They saw that Ning Mingi, Li Yun, and the others were still here. What's going on? Why weren't they sent to the second floor? Qin Feiyang was suspicious and looked up at the sky. Even if he and Willow Tree came out now, there was no principal force. Boss, what's going on? Fatso asked suspiciously. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Ning Mingi and the others again. Ning Mingi, Li Yun's wife, as well as the deacons and elders, were all sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment, exuding a shocking divine power. In the sky, there were also strange phenomena. Obviously, these people were also breaking through. As for the other false gods, they surrounded Ning Mingi and the others with vigilant looks on their faces. They had already noticed the appearance of Qin Feiyang and the others at the first moment. However, there was no longer any respect in his eyes. On the contrary, they looked at Qin Feiyang as if they were guarding against a thief. Looking at the eyes of those people, Qin Feiyang felt quite uncomfortable. Anyway, he was the savior of these people. Even if they parted ways now, there was no need to guard against him like this, right? When others faced their savior, they would usually repay evil with kindness. But this group of people repaid kindness with evil. How ridiculous. Time passed bit by bit. Ning Mingi and the others successfully broke through one after another and stepped into the true war god realm. Li Yun stood up, restrained his aura, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, Brother Qin, this should be the first time you've seen so many people become gods together. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ning Mingi also stood up and said with a high and mighty attitude, witnessing us become gods with your own eyes is also an opportunity for you. Fatso raised his eyebrows and said, why don't you say that it's a fortune? Fortune? Wasn't this clearly humiliating Qin Feiyang? Ning Mingi said with a smile, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a fortune. Everyone, am I right? The deacons and elders nodded one after another, their faces full of smug smiles. Now, they were all war gods. Qin Feiyang was only a false god. War gods and false gods were completely from two different worlds. Therefore, they no longer took Qin Feiyang and the others to heart. Willow Tree glanced at the group of people, his eyes full of disgust, and said, look at your faces now, you're a typical villain intoxicated by success. Chapter 1670. Touch me. You even dare to humiliate the young master who saved your life. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Tell me the truth. I, Willow Tree, have never seen a villain like you in my entire life. Willow Tree sneered. Ning Mingi's eyes darkened as he said word by word, say it again if you dare. So what if I said it? Ungrateful. Do you still think you're right? Willow Tree shouted. You're courting death. I'm now a war god. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Ning Mingi said with a sinister smile. Even if you break through to the war god level, you can't hide your vile heart. Willow Tree sneered. Looks like you really want to die. Ning Mingi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother Ning, calm down. Li Yun reached out to stop Ning Mingi. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and then at Willow Tree and said, actually, saving us is what Brother Qin should do. What? Saving you is what I should do? Willow Tree was stunned. Fatso and the others' mouths twitched. They couldn't figure out how someone could say such a thing so naturally. We were killed by the small beast because we followed Brother Qin. Shouldn't Brother Qin save us? Li Yun asked. Fuck. So fucking shameless. If you didn't follow boss, you would have died in the hands of the fire dragon and the giant python. Fatso couldn't help but shout. Didn't we fight against the fire dragon and the giant python because of Brother Qin? In other words, if Brother Qin didn't instigate us, would we do this? For this, I lost 3 sons. Brother Ning's 2 sons were also killed. I think the price we've paid is already big enough. Although my words will make you all very angry, they are the truth, right? Li Yun smiled. Li Yun, you're going too far. Zhao Tailai frowned. Too much. Although our black tortoise world is constantly in conflict, we have never offended the protectors. But because of Qin Feiyang's arrival, everything became a mess. The person you should be blaming now is him, not me. Furthermore, your daughter died because of him. Li Yun said. Zhao Tailai frowned. He felt disgusted with Li Yun and the others in front of him. Old Zhao, don't waste your breath on them. Fatso waved his hand and looked at Li Yun and the others. He said calmly, actually, after saying so much, it's nothing more than saying that you've already obtained your freedom and don't need to ask boss for help anymore. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Fatso, it's rare for you to finally speak human words. You're right. If they hadn't removed the devil mark and left the black tortoise world now, would they dare to be so presumptuous? I'm afraid they can't wait to curry favor with us. The white-eyed wolf joked. Lu Hong and the others, as well as the double-winged snow eagle and the other beasts, looked at Li Yun and the others with ridicule. The faces of Li Yun and the others were quite gloomy. The atmosphere here was very solemn. Enough. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, spoke, breaking the atmosphere here. You used me to obtain your freedom, and I used you to obtain the black tortoise world. It can be considered as each taking what he needs. So there's no need to push all the blame on me. Because this will only make you look particularly funny, especially ridiculous, like clowns. Qin Feiyang said calmly. His expression was neither sad nor happy. He looked like he didn't care at all. Hearing these words, the faces of Li Yun and the others turned green and red, and they looked very ugly. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Yun and smiled faintly. To be honest, I used to admire you very much. You're straightforward and not sloppy, but now that I see your face, I know that I was wrong in the past. In fact, you're more hypocritical than the people of the Vanga League. Li Yun's face darkened. Okay, let's say goodbye here. I hope that the next time we meet, we won't be enemies. Take care of yourselves. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he was ready to lead everyone into the black tortoise world. What a waste of time. But suddenly, an angry voice sounded in the sky. Giant python. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He looked up and saw the giant python and the fire dragon appear out of thin air in the void above. Willow Tree and the others immediately became vigilant. When Li Yun, Ning Mingi and the others saw the giant python and the fire dragon appear, their expressions changed and they said angrily, "Didn't you go to the third level with the small beast?" It was because they thought that the giant python and the fire dragon also went to the third level with the small beast that they dared to run out. To the third level. The giant python and the fire dragon were stunned, then they looked at Ning Mingi and the others as if they were looking at idiots. The giant python said contemptuously, "You will never understand how terrifying the third level is. In today's world, only the creator and the beast god dare to enter. As for us, we can only walk around the door." It's so dangerous, Qin Feiyang murmured. The giant python glanced at everyone and shook its head. I thought that you would fight, but after waiting for a long time, I didn't see you do anything. How boring. Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. You controlled the power of the rules, so they weren't sent to the second level? Of course. Other than me, who else can control the power of the rules of the miracles? As soon as they came out of the Black Tortoise realm, I had already sensed it and came here immediately. When I heard their discussion and knew that they had fallen out with you, I thought of a plan. The plan was to let them stay here and break through to the War God realm. When you came out and saw them, you would definitely fight. But I didn't expect you to be so tolerant. They humiliated you like this, but you didn't do anything? The giant python said, looking extremely angry. It's not that I can tolerate it, it's that I don't care. Because fighting with people like them will dirty my hands. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. On this point, this sovereign agrees with you. I sacrificed so much to help them regain their freedom, but what did they do? Not only did they not know how to be grateful, but they even mocked you. To be honest, even I sympathize with you. The giant python laughed. And then? Qin Feiyang asked. Then, this sovereign will teach them a lesson on your behalf. These people who don't care about morality are just wasting air by living. The giant python's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. The next moment, waves of power of the rules fell from the sky and locked onto Ning Mingi and the others. The group of people changed their expressions and quickly counterattacked. But there was no suspense. Except for Ning Mingi and the others who had broken through to the war god realm, the other fake gods were instantly killed by the power of the rules. Not even a strand of hair was left. How terrifying! Zhao Tailai murmured. Without the ancient castle and a divine artifact like Chang Shui, even if they broke through to the war god realm, it was impossible to resist the power of the rules. Ning Mingi and the others also tried their best to resist, but it was to no avail. The power of the rules continued to fall. Any means, such as battle souls, divine power, and divine arts were disintegrated one after another. A sense of despair shrouded their hearts. Li Yun was bleeding all over and shouted anxiously, "Brother Qin, quickly help us." Ah! Fatso and the others were stunned. He actually asked them for help. Where was his shame? The giant python looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I believe you won't intervene now. Go ahead." Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. "Brother Qin, we were wrong, we are bastards, please, for the sake of us fighting side by side, please help us." Not only Li Yun, the deacons, elders, and even Ning Mingi kept begging. "The young master helped you get rid of the devil mark because you fought side by side. But how did you repay him? Now you still want to ask the young master to help you, is it possible?" Willow Tree sneered with a gloating face. Hearing this, the group of people suddenly regretted it. "You won't save us, right? Then don't blame us for being ruthless." Ning Mingi roared. Ah! Willow Tree and the others were stunned again. Didn't they turn hostile long ago, and they still turned hostile? Sure enough, they were a group of shameless old men. Ning Mingi looked up at the Guardian and shouted, "Lord Guardian, please let us go, we are willing to work for you to eradicate Qin Feiyang." "Yes. We have all broken through to the war god realm. With our help, killing him is as easy as turning your hand." Li Yun and the others also hurriedly shouted. Ha! The giant python and fire dragon looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Lord, what are you laughing at?" The group of people was suspicious. Willow Tree said, "I'm laughing at your stupidity." "That's right. Would the dignified guardian care about war gods like you? I'm afraid that in their eyes, you are not even as good as ants. Only you will take yourself seriously." Fatso and the others also mocked. Even Zhao Tailai couldn't help but sneer, "You think that breaking through to the war god realm is so awesome, but in fact, you are just a few self-righteous clowns." Damn it! Hearing that, Ning Mingi and the others suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Sure enough. You are not on the same level as Qin Feiyang. No, you are not even as good as the people around him. Because even the people around him can guess what we are thinking, and you can't guess it? You are so stupid that you are cute. If you are Qin Feiyang, this lord will definitely agree without hesitation and spare you. Unfortunately, you are not Qin Feiyang. This lord also doesn't want to keep a group of idiots around me, because idiots usually can't do anything right, but are good at spoiling things. The most important thing is that you are a group of white-eyed wolves. What if one day you bite this lord? At that time, this lord won't even have a place to cry. Moreover, you have eaten this lord's flesh, which is absolutely unforgivable." The giant python's face was full of disdain. With a flash of murderous intent in its eyes, the rule force suddenly fell. "No, young master, we were wrong, really wrong, save us, "We will be your cattle and horses." The group of people roared in despair, and even their intestines were green with regret. However, Qin Feiyang still had a cold face, without even a trace of sympathy. "Ah!" rumble, accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the group of people were bombarded by the rule force one after another, and not even their bones were left. Zhao Tailai shook his head and sighed. They have just broken through to the war god realm and haven't even experienced the taste of being a war god, but they were already killed by the guardian. I think they must be very unwilling. They only have themselves to blame, even death can't wipe out their crimes. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Chapter 1671. The giant python's methods shocked everyone. A few dozen divine gods of battle were killed as easily as slaughtering dogs. With such strength, without a heaven-defying artifact like Chang Shui, it was indeed difficult to compete with it. The giant python turned its gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Young master, be careful." Zhao Tailai hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feiyang. "Don't be nervous. If it wanted to attack me, it wouldn't have waited until now." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Even if the giant python really wanted to attack him, he was not afraid. Although Chang Shui was gone, there was still the ancient castle and now the Black Tortoise realm. So, unless Small Beast came in person, it was almost impossible for the giant python to kill him. He believed that the giant python was also very clear about this point. The giant python looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "How are you going to thank me for killing these unscrupulous fellows for you?" Qin Feiyang said, "If you can return Wang Yu, to me, I will really be grateful to you and even become friends with you." Friend? Are you worthy of being my friend?" The giant python's eyes were full of ridicule, and said, "If you want me to hand over Wang Yu, you have to give me something in exchange." "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang said. The giant python said word by word, "The ancient castle, the Black Tortoise realm, or your life." "You have a big appetite, but unfortunately, I won't give you any of these things." Qin Feiyang said. The giant python said, "So, you don't care about Wang Yu's life?" "I do." Qin Feiyang said. "Then what are you hesitating for?" The giant python said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't hesitate, I've already said it very clearly, I won't give it to you." "It seems that you really don't care." The giant python laughed sinisterly. "I care." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Are you playing with me? Since you care about Wang Yu, then why are you still guarding those worldly possessions?" The giant python said angrily. "My life isn't a mere worldly possession, is it? As for the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise world, although they are mere worldly possessions, they are of great significance to me." Qin Feiyang said. "Let's not talk about the castle for now. You've just obtained the Black Tortoise world. What does it mean to you?" The giant python frowned. "A beast like you won't understand." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Without the Black Tortoise world, he would be sent to the second layer. At that time, he would not be able to find Yan Wei, Wang Zicheng, and the others. Wang Zicheng aside, let's focus on Yan Wei. All these years, Yan Wei had been lurking by the imperial tutor's side. God knows how many hardships he had gone through. If something happened to Yan Wei in the miracle, his conscience would be condemned for the rest of his life. "You still dare to insult me? You really don't know the meaning of death." The giant python's eyes were as gloomy as water. "Did I insult you? You are an animal." Qin Feiyang said. "Impudent. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin." The giant python was furious and shouted, "Fire Dragon, get Wang Yuer out for me." "Yes." Fire Dragon nodded. The void in front of him shook, and a beautiful figure immediately appeared. Who else could it be but Wang Yuer? "Feiyang, don't worry about me." As soon as Wang Yuer appeared and saw Qin Feiyang, she immediately shouted. "Shut her up." The giant python shouted. Fire Dragon immediately activated his divine power and sealed Wang Yuer's mouth. Qin Feiyang glared at the giant python and said, "Let her go, let's have a fair fight." "Do you think I'm that idiot fire dragon? I have a bargaining chip in my hand, but I don't use it. Why would I fight you one-on-one? Is there something wrong with my head?" The giant python sneered. Fire Dragon raised his eyebrows and glanced at the giant python. A trace of hostility flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why do you have to say so much nonsense?" The giant python was not angry and said indifferently, "I'll give you a choice now. Either you give me the castle or the Black Tortoise Realm, or you collect Wang Yuer's corpse." Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer. Woo! Wang Yuer shook her head desperately. Her pale face was also full of anxiety. Although he did not know what she was saying. As long as he was not a fool, he could see that she was telling Qin Feiyang to ignore her. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and said sadly, "If you had listened to me and killed Wang Yuanshan back then, how would this have happened?" Wang Yuer calmed down, and her eyes were full of pain. Although she could not say it, everyone knew how she was feeling at this moment. In fact, it was not her fault. It was Wang Yuanshan who did not change, and she was also very upset. The giant python said impatiently, "Don't put on a sad show here, quickly hand it over." Qin Feiyang said coldly, "If you dare to touch a hair of her, I will make you pay the price." "Ha, you actually dare to threaten me, it seems that you still don't understand the situation." The giant python laughed wildly, and a wisp of divine power emerged and entered Wang Yuer's lower abdomen. Puff! Immediately, a bloody hole appeared, penetrating from the front to the back, and blood spurted out like a pillar. Wang Yuer's face was distorted by the pain. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands. "This seems to be more than just hurting a hair of hers, but what can you do to me?" The giant python looked down at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Qin Feiyang was silent, his eyes flashing with shocking killing intent. "Don't look fierce, it's useless in front of me. The only way is to hand over the castle or the Black Tortoise Realm. I will count to 3. If you don't hand it over, then I will collect her corpse." "No. I'm afraid there won't even be a corpse left." 1, 2, 3. The giant python was in high spirits, as if everything was under its control. However, just as the word 3 left its mouth, a sudden change occurred. The fire dragon's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. It took Wang Yuer away, raised its giant tail, and slapped the giant python's back fiercely. Moreover, it used all its strength. Puff! It was caught off guard. The giant python immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the snake scales on its back were all shattered, and its flesh was a mess. A few of the divine bones on its back were also broken. Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. What was going on? The fire dragon actually attacked the giant python? The giant python was also dumbfounded. The fire dragon suddenly roared, "Qin Feiyang, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its giant tail again, and divine power surged out, smashing toward the giant python's head. Qin Feiyang shuddered and sent Fatso and the others to the ancient castle, leaving only Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Cui Li, and Yu Huang. After all, this was a battle between war gods. Fatso and the others couldn't interfere at all. Instead, they would implicate everyone. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang took out the ancient castle, and 3 types of fake god power poured out, entering the ancient castle, and the ancient castle immediately entered a state of revival. Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Cui Li, and Yu Huang also immediately activated their divine power and fake god power to revive the ancient castle. Boom! The ancient castle's aura immediately soared crazily. Although only Qin Feiyang and the others revived the ancient castle this time, the speed of revival was several times faster than the previous time when more than 100 fake gods were revived at the same time. All of this was because of Zhao Tailai's divine power. Divine power and fake god power were on completely different levels. Fake god power could only barely revive divine artifacts. But divine power was enough to revive them. Let's kill together. Qin Feiyang roared and rushed into the sky like a bolt of lightning, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. In the blink of an eye. High up in the sky. The giant python finally came to its senses and suddenly turned around to stare at the fire dragon's raised giant tail. It was immediately furious and roared, "How dare you offend your superior? Humph. If it weren't for that incident back then, you wouldn't be the guardian." The fire dragon snorted and smashed its dragon tail down crazily. A large part of the void was annihilated. "You're courting death." The giant python was unable to restrain its anger and raised its tail. Boom! The two giant tails collided with a loud bang and shattered at the same time with a crack. Divine blood dyed the sky red. What? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They had always thought that the giant python's strength would be stronger than the fire dragon's. After all, the giant python was the guardian. But they never expected that the two beasts were actually on par. Good chance. Zhao Tailai secretly shouted. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he activated the walk formula and instantly landed behind the giant python. Then, he grabbed the ancient castle and smashed it on the giant python's head. Roar! The giant python immediately wailed in pain as its head was split open. You guys are really unforgivable. The giant python roared in the sky as rule force fell from the sky like a waterfall. You guys block the rule force, I will kill it. The fire dragon shouted. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand. The ancient castle rushed into the sky and collided with the rule force. Boom! Between heaven and earth, there was a loud explosion. The ancient castle and the rule force continued to collide, and the terrifying aura surged in all directions. What a terrifying divine artifact! The fire dragon's pupils constricted. Roar! The next moment, a scorching sun rose from the fire dragon's back. In the scorching sun, a dragon's shadow circled and danced, and the dragon's roar was deafening. That's right. This was the fire dragon's god art. The giant python's eyes trembled as it glared at the fire dragon. Are you serious? Do you think I'm joking right now? The fire dragon sneered, and the dragon's shadow roared out from the blazing sun, carrying with it a world-destroying dragon's might as it pounced towards the giant python. Bastard! The giant python roared as black fog surged around its body. Whoosh! The next moment, a wave of arrows shot out from the black fog, heading straight for the dragon's shadow. The arrows were densely packed. Each arrow was completely black as if it was forged by a divine weapon, exuding a shocking sharpness. Clang! All the arrows bombarded the dragon's shadow's body. The dragon's shadow was collapsing. The arrows were also collapsing. In the end, it was a situation where both sides suffered. Zhao Tailai said in surprise, the giant python is also a guardian. Why can't it beat the fire dragon? It seems that this fire dragon is not simple. And listening to the fire dragon's previous words, it seems that he has some unknown grudges with the giant python. Qin Feiyang said. What words? Yu Huang was suspicious. Didn't the fire dragon just say that if it wasn't for that incident back then, the giant python wouldn't have become a guardian? The two of them are comparable in strength. I think they might have been competitors in the past. Qin Feiyang guessed. In other words, the one who won in the end was the giant python, and the fire dragon has a grudge in his heart? Willow Tree asked. That's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the second confrontation, the giant python and the fire dragon's injuries were even more serious. Blood rained down from the shattered giant tail. Today is the day you die. The fire dragon roared and stared at the giant python, his eyes filled with a bone-piercing killing intent. Boom! All of a sudden, Chapter 1672. The moment this divine might appeared, Yo Huang's body started to tremble. "What's wrong with you?" Willow Tree noticed its abnormality and asked suspiciously. However, Yu Huang turned a deaf ear and stared at the fire dragon with fear in its eyes. Roar! The next moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, a giant dragon surrounded by divine flames rushed out of the fire dragon's body. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, shocking everyone. "This is..." Willow Tree and the others were surprised. This giant dragon was also a fire dragon. But the dragon's might it emitted was several times more terrifying than the fire dragon itself. At the same time, the purple gold dragon soul in Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi also opened its eyes and two rays of divine light burst out. Following closely, an even more shocking scene appeared. The purple gold dragon soul actually rushed out of the Sea of Qi by itself and suspended above Qin Feiyang's head, looking at the giant dragon across the air. What's going on? The sudden change caught Qin Feiyang off guard. This was the first time the purple gold dragon's soul had appeared by itself. What exactly was that giant dragon? How could it interest the purple gold dragon soul? You actually activated the ancestral dragon fighting soul. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the giant python's voice. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked over. They saw the huge python raising its head and staring at the huge dragon. Its huge eyes were filled with fear. Ancestral dragon fighting soul. Willow Tree frowned. That's right, that's the ancestral dragon fighting soul. Yu Huang said in a low voice. What's the ancestral dragon? Cui Li asked. The ancestral dragon is the first dragon born in the world. Whether it's the golden dragon, fire dragon, earth dragon, water dragon, ice dragon, black dragon, white dragon, silver dragon, purple dragon, etc., the first dragon born is called the ancestral dragon. In other words, these ancestral dragons are the ancestors of all kinds of divine dragons. When the later generations of divine dragons face the ancestral dragon, no matter how strong their cultivation is, they will feel a pressure from the soul. Similarly, the appearance of the ancestral dragon will also create a huge pressure for us snakes, just like me and the giant python now. This is an instinctive fear. Yu Huang said. I see. Willow Tree understood. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the purple gold dragon soul. It turned out that the purple gold dragon soul was interested because it encountered the ancestral dragon. This fire dragon is not simple. It actually activated the ancestral dragon fighting soul. Rumor has it that as long as a divine dragon activates the ancestral dragon fighting soul, he will eventually become an existence on par with the ancestral dragon. Yu Huang. How can I tell if the other party is the ancestral dragon? Cui Li asked curiously. Yu Huang said, look at its glabella. There is a divine flame pattern. Qin Feiyang and the rest looked at the glabella of the ancestral dragon fighting soul. There was indeed a palm-sized divine flame pattern in the middle of the fighting soul's glabella. It was like a fire lotus, exuding an amazing charm. However, the divine flame pattern and the dragon scales of the fighting soul were of the same color. It was hard to notice if one did not look carefully. The fire dragon looked at the giant python in disdain and said, I am the most honorable divine dragon in the world, and you are just a bug. What right do you have to ride on my head and show off? The giant python's eyes trembled. The aura of the ancestral dragon made it fearful and fearful. It could not muster any courage to fight. This was the pressure from the soul. Little bug, prepare to die. The fire dragon sneered. The ancestral dragon fighting soul swooped down. It was like the lord of all beasts had descended. The terrifying aura made the giant python tremble. It even forgot to resist. In the nick of time, it shuddered and roared, so what if your bloodline is noble? I control the power of laws and am the only one in the world. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. As the giant python's words landed, a deafening explosion exploded in the sky. Waves of power of laws poured down from the sky like a torrent. The terrifying aura was enough to destroy the world. The fire dragon's pupils constricted and he hurriedly roared, "Qin Feiyang, quickly block the power of laws." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, "Give Wang Yu, to me first." The fire dragon said anxiously, "After killing the giant python, I will naturally return her to you." "Your words can't be trusted." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Damn it." The fire dragon was furious. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "If you don't give Wang Yu, to me, I will bring everyone back to the Black Tortoise world now." "Do you know what the situation is now? Is a mere woman as important as the guardian?" The fire dragon was flustered and exasperated as he roared again and again. But in the current situation, he didn't dare to offend Qin Feiyang. Because he had already come this far, he had to get rid of the giant python. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Swish! He gritted his teeth and the void in front of him shook. Wang Yu appeared and immediately released his divine power to protect her. Immediately after, it blew a breath of air, and a gust of wind instantly appeared. It swept Wang Yu up and flew towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and grabbed Wang Yu. Without saying a word, he sent her to the Black Tortoise world. "Quick!" the fire dragon urged. Qin Feiyang glanced at the fire dragon and immediately brought the ancient castle to meet the power of laws. Zhao Tai-Lai and the others followed him, their divine power and fake divine power continuously poured into the ancient castle. The might of the ancient castle had already reached a certain limit. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancient castle and the power of laws collided. The power of laws was immediately shattered. "No!" the giant python roared in despair. At the same time, the ancestral dragon fighting soul arrived. The giant python screamed and its body was torn apart on the spot. Blood splattered all over the sky. "Ha, you didn't expect that in the end, you would still die in my hands. Disappear completely for me." Fire Dragon raised its head and laughed wildly. He opened his mouth wide. A gust of wind immediately blew in this world. Immediately after, the flesh and blood of the giant python was sucked into the fire dragon's mouth and swallowed completely. This scene caused Qin Feiyang's heart to palpitate. Although the giant python's body was torn apart, with its cultivation, it wouldn't die. So, the fire dragon had swallowed a war god alive. As soon as the giant python died, another power of laws descended from the sky, firmly locking onto Qin Feiyang and the others. However, this power of laws wasn't to kill them, but to send them to the second floor. Qin Feiyang looked up at the power of laws, took a deep breath, and looked at the fire dragon. "It is a guardian after all. Aren't you afraid of angering the creator of the small beast and the miracle? The creator isn't at the miracle at all. And the beast god is now studying Chang Shui on the third floor. He doesn't have time to care about the things here. As for the death of the giant python, when the beast god investigates, I can tell him that you killed it." The fire dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "A dignified war god actually wants to do some shady business of framing others. Truly admirable." But in the face of such sarcasm, the fire dragon wasn't angry at all. Qin Feiyang frowned. "Then why did you kill it?" The fire dragon said, "Because it was the one who took away my position as a guardian." "What?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "In the past, I was the true guardian of the miracle. But because of something, the giant python ran to inform the beast god. In a rage, the beast god stripped me of my authority as a guardian and ordered me to guard the entrance of the Black Tortoise world. This matter has made me very displeased. You should also be able to see that I'm actually much stronger than it. But because it replaced me as the new guardian and can control the power of laws, I didn't dare to do anything to it. And this time, it actually called me an idiot in front of me? That's simply unforgivable." The fire dragon laughed. "So, you borrowed my hand to get rid of the giant python. Then, you can once again gain the attention of the small beast and become the guardian of the miracle. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Now that you also control the Black Tortoise world, you should be able to understand what it feels like to control the power of laws. Those who control the power of laws are the true gods. The fire dragon said. Qin Feiyang did not deny this point. He took a deep breath and said, Wang Yuanshan, the Nether Hall, and the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire, where are they? You want to know? Go find them yourself. The fire dragon laughed mockingly and put away the ancestral dragon fighting soul. He turned around and streaked across the sky, disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Tailai stared at the direction where the fire dragon disappeared, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Young master, why don't we just kill it? The power of laws is coming soon. How can we kill it? Qin Feiyang shook his head and put away the purple gold dragon's soul and the ancient castle. He then led Zhao Tailai, Yu Huang, and the other two into the Black Tortoise world. Little cousin, what's the result? Why did the fire dragon and the giant python kill each other? In the sky above the vanished Aeon city. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the others appear, Lu Zheng and the others immediately surrounded them and asked at once. The giant python is dead. Qin Feiyang said. Dead? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So there is such a grudge. No wonder the fire dragon would sneak attack the giant python. Is power really that important? After listening, Lu Hong shook her head and sighed. Hong, after experiencing so many things, you still don't understand? For some people, power is more important than life. Lu Zheng said. Sigh, I really hope we can live in a world without disputes and desires. Lu Hong sighed deeply. That's impossible. Just like this Black Tortoise world. Even if it is now controlled by Little Cousin, it is absolutely impossible for him to create a world without disputes and desires. In short, as long as there are people and living creatures, there will definitely be fighting and death. Little Cousin, don't you think so? Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance came to his nose. Following closely, a beautiful figure ran out of the crowd and threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms. It was Wang Yuer. Seeing this, the others were tactful and kept silent. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm always causing you trouble. If something really happens to you this time, I will hate myself to death. Wang Yuer hugged Qin Feiyang tightly, fearing that if she loosened her grip, Qin Feiyang would disappear in front of her eyes. Her face was full of self-blame. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and wanted to hug Wang Yuer, but he didn't know if he should do so. Chapter 1673. You're so stupid. Ling Yunfei shook his head in disappointment. He stepped forward, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hands, and pressed them on Wang Yuer's back without any explanation. Wang Yuer's face immediately turned red. Qin Feiyang also looked embarrassed. Ling Yunfei glared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Isn't it just talking about love? Why are you dawdling? Can't you act like a man? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. You can talk about your feelings slowly. Don't worry about us. We are all blind and can't see it. Ling Yunfei smiled evilly, turned to look at everyone, and said, Don't you think so? Yes. We are all blind. Lu Zheng chuckled. Lu Hong immediately glared at Lu Zheng and said unhappily, Why are you fooling around with us? We're not fooling around. We're obviously helping our little cousin. Wait. What do you mean? Are you still in love with him? Hong, you're being unfair to me. I'm infatuated with you. What do you take me for? Lu Zheng looked at Lu Hong and said unhappily. Ling Yunfei and the others were stunned, and then they looked at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng. Feeling the gazes from all around, Lu Hong's cheeks turned red. She pulled Lu Zheng's arm hard and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Zheng grimaced in pain and said, I'm just uncomfortable. Since you and our little cousin have nothing to do with each other now, why do you care so much? Who says I care? Lu Hong scolded. Ah! Lu Zheng was stunned. Then he chuckled, grabbed Lu Hong's hand, and said, so, I'm thinking too much? Let go. Since you think so, I'm really going to throw myself into your arms now. Lu Hong shook off Lu Zheng's big hand and walked toward Qin Feiyang. Don't. Don't. I was wrong, okay? Lu Zheng's face changed. He quickly grabbed Lu Hong and smiled apologetically. Lu Hong snorted and said angrily, let go of me. No. Lu Zheng shook his head. You really won't let me go? Lu Hong frowned. I won't let go. Lu Zhengji said firmly. Why are you so shameless? Hong said angrily. I'm a scoundrel. I'm going to stick to you for the rest of my life. What can you do to me? Lu Zheng snorted. Lu Hong felt a pain in her head and said in a low voice, let go, there are so many people watching. I want them to see with their own eyes that you're my woman. Lu Zheng smiled proudly. Then he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Lu Hong's red lips. Lu Hong was dumbfounded. Fatso and the others were also dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer also looked at the two of them with their mouths agape. They kissed. And he resisted. This guy is crazy. While kissing Lu Hong, Lu Zheng did not forget to wink at everyone. He was very proud. Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes and sighed. This is the difference between people. Yes. If little Qin Zi could be as shameless as that guy, I would have been a godfather. White-Eyed Wolf said. Listening to the conversation between Ling Yunfei and White-Eyed Wolf, Wang Yuer suddenly lowered her head shyly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily in his heart, that's enough. There should be a limit to the trouble. Idiot. You're not a man. But her words did not work. Instead, Ling Yunfei and White-Eyed Wolf despised her even more. Qin Feiyang was also helpless. Wang Yuer raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang affectionately, saying, I promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will listen to you and won't make trouble for you. It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ah, suddenly. There was a scream. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng quickly pushed Lu Hong away, covered his mouth, and retreated quickly. Drops of blood flowed from his fingers. Ah! Everyone was stunned, and then a trace of schadenfreude crept onto their faces. Then they looked at Lu Hong. She glared at Lu Zheng angrily, her cheeks flushed, and said, You're a bastard. After that, she turned around and ran away. Hong, I was wrong. Lu Zheng quickly reached out to grab it, but he didn't manage to. There was a bite mark on his lips. Obviously, it was bitten by Lu Hong. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Lu Zheng and said with a smirk, Young man, weren't you very proud just now? How about it? You've suffered retribution. Don't be smug, understand? Lu Zheng glanced at White-Eyed Wolf and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, his face full of embarrassment. Fatso walked up and patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder meaningfully, saying, Brother, Fat Lord appreciates your courage, but the consequences are very serious. Get lost. Lu Zheng angrily slapped away Fatso's hand and chased after Lu Hong, saying, Hong, I was really wrong. Wait for me. Don't get separated. I'll be worried. How mushy. Qin Feiyang shuddered and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Then he looked at Lu Zheng's back and muttered, Is he a little too hasty? Well, you have to ask little Hong about that. If little Hong has sincerely accepted him, then this is nothing. But then again, you really should learn from your cousin. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take before I can hug. Before White-Eyed Wolf could finish, Qin Feiyang grinned and looked at White-Eyed Wolf maliciously, saying, What do you want to hug? Hug. White-Eyed Wolf stammered and looked around. Tell me, what do you want to hug? Qin Feiyang walked toward White-Eyed Wolf step by step, his eyes flashing with cold light. Nonsense, of course I want to hug the fat boy. White-Eyed Wolf roared and immediately turned around and ran away, faster than a rabbit. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Willow Tree and the others next to him could not help but snicker. What are you laughing at? Are you all bored out of your mind? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Everyone looked at each other and lowered their heads in silence, but the smiles on their faces were almost gone. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Wang Yu, saying, "Where were you imprisoned before?" "In the Fire Dragon Spatial Divine Item," Wang Yu said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, "Did you see anyone from the Heavenly Sun Empire?" "No. I didn't see anyone from the Nether Hall and my zoo. Wang Yuanshan either," Wang Yu said. "Where are they?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Yuanshan glanced at Qin Feiyang and suddenly found Cui Li in the crowd. She immediately walked over and bowed, "Greetings, Senior Cui." Cui Li hurriedly said, "Miss Yu, there's no need to be so polite." "No. I should apologize to you. You kindly took me and my zoo. Wang Yuanshan in and even risked your life to help us escape, but Wang Yuanshan did such a wicked thing. Not only did she kill everyone in Seven Fiends City, but she also killed your 6 brothers. I'm really sorry." Wang Yu lowered her head and said, her face full of guilt. Cui Li looked at Wang Yu in silence. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed, saying, "If you really want to pursue the matter, do you think an apology can resolve it?" "I know." Wang Yu nodded. "Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's Wang Yuanshan, that despicable person. I'll settle this score with him." Cui Li waved his hand. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior," Wang Yu said gratefully. "Actually, I can tell that you're a good girl, sensible and reasonable. However, your grandfather is not a good person. You'd better keep a distance from him in the future. Because to some people, kinship is nothing at all," Cui Li said. "You, will remember." From now on, Wang Yu hesitated and gritted her teeth, saying, "You, doesn't have such a grandfather either." "That's enough." Cui Li smiled. Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also worried that Cui Li would blame Wang Yu, After all, although this matter was done by Wang Yuanshan, it was also related to Wang Yu, Fortunately, Cui Li did not take it to heart. Of course. He also knew that Cui Li was doing it on his account. Otherwise, with Cui Li's character as the leader of the 7 evils, regardless of whether Wang Yu, was in the wrong or not, he would definitely kill her. "Alright, go and cultivate if you need to." Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and Cui Li, saying, "The devil mark has been removed. You guys can also cultivate now, especially Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and Cui Li. You guys have to strive to break through to the War Immortal Realm as soon as possible." The 2 men and 1 beast nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led everyone to the ancient castle, helping the 6 elders to remove the devil mark. Then, everyone entered seclusion one after another. Wang Yu, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, are you really not going to blame me? It's not a big deal, why would I blame you? Moreover, you have already severed your relationship with Wang Yuanshan. Everything is in the past. Don't think too much and cultivate well." Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted her. "Alright." Wang Yu nodded, sat on the ground, and closed her eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone, and then went to look for Luo Qingzhu and the others with Ling Yunfei. This was because the devil mark on them, the Scorpion Emperor, and the 6 beasts, as well as the blood-devouring bee, had not been removed. Medicine Field, under the Tree of Good Fortune. Knowing that the giant python was dead, Luo Qingzhu, the Miss of Dragon Phoenix House, and the 6 beasts were overjoyed. Although this was the fire dragon's scheme, at least they had one less powerful enemy in the miracle. After helping Luo Qingzhu, the miss of Dragon Phoenix House, the four beasts, and the blood-devouring bee remove the devil mark, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei came to Li Jian's seclusion place. On the peak of a mountain, there was a simple wooden building. At this moment, on the balcony on the second floor, Li Jian was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun comfortably. Just like Qin Feiyang, he had forgotten everything and completely became an ordinary person. Qin Feiyang did not go over. He stood not far away and watched for a while, then turned to Ling Yunfei and whispered, "Let's go." "Go? Aren't you here to help him remove the devil mark? Why did you leave?" Ling Yunfei was suspicious. "He is now at a critical juncture. We can't disturb him. If we deny it, all our previous efforts will be wasted," Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yunfei nodded in realization. Boom! But just as the two turned around, an aura suddenly emerged. However, it was very weak. And the source of the aura was Li Jian on the balcony of the wooden building. Ling Yunfei looked over in surprise. Chapter 1674. Ling Yunfei said, "Judging from the smile on your face, Li Jian must have succeeded." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Life is truly unpredictable. I always thought that I was talented, but who would have thought that Li Jian would take first place?" Ling Yunfei shook his head, filled with emotions. Becoming a divinity is actually related to experience. Although your talent and comprehension are both better than Li Jian's, your experience isn't as much as Li Jian's. In this aspect, he has an advantage. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Seems like I'll have to work harder. Once Li Jian succeeds, I'll give you this castle," Ling Yunfei said. "Give it to me?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes, for you, so that you won't wake me up every time you come in. After giving this castle to you, I'll be able to focus on my seclusion. If I don't become a divinity this time, I won't come out." Ling Yunfei clenched his fists and said resolutely. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Seems like Li Jian becoming a divinity was a big blow to this guy. While they were talking, Li Jian's aura became stronger and stronger. A few hundred breaths later. Boom! Finally, Li Jian's aura climbed to another level. Pseudo-divinity. He also stood up, his eyes flickering with light. Is this the power of a pseudo-divinity? Li Jian muttered to himself as a divine sense gushed out from the top of his head and spread out in all directions. Right away, he saw Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei. "Young master." He hurriedly rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ling Yunfei asked, "How do you feel?" "Very strong," Li Jian replied. "I really envy you." Ling Yunfei shook his head. Li Jian was surprised, then smiled. "What's there to envy? With your talent, becoming a divinity is only a matter of time. Let's not talk about it, let's go out." Ling Yunfei waved his hand and led the two back to the castle. Li Jian. This guy has already become a god. When Fatso and the others sensed Li Jian's aura, they opened their eyes and looked at him with disbelief in their eyes. But then, everyone closed their eyes again, not saying a single word from beginning to end. Li Jian's ascension to godhood was undoubtedly a form of motivation for them, making them even more eager to cultivate. Ling Yunfei took out the ancient castle and threw it to Qin Feiyang, saying, "Take it. I'm going into seclusion." Qin Feiyang caught the castle, nodded, and sent Ling Yunfei inside. After Qin Feiyang dripped a drop of blood on Li Jian, he put away the ancient castle. Then, he summoned the origin core and removed Li Jian's demon imprint. "What is this?" Li Jian was doubtful. Qin Feiyang smiled. "The Black Tortoise World's Heart of Origin. Controlling the Heart of Origin is equivalent to controlling the Black Tortoise World." This, Li Jian was stunned and said excitedly, "You mean, you're now the master of the Black Tortoise World?" "You can say that," Qin Feiyang said. "Congratulations, young master." Li Jian was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, asking, "How is it? You've been in seclusion for so long, do you want to go out for a walk?" "Of course. I'll also get a few pots of good wine to celebrate our ascension to godhood." Li Jian smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and then appeared in the black tortoise world with Li Jian. Looking at the land in front of him, Li Jian was filled with emotions. "In the past, I was still thinking about how to escape, but now, it has become our home, our back garden. The world is really unpredictable." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Go. Aren't you coming?" Li Jian was suspicious. "I want to see someone." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Who? Do you need my help?" Li Jian asked. "No need. Now that the entire black tortoise world is mine, who can hurt me?" Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. "That's true. All right then, I'll go for a walk." Saying so, Li Jian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Qin Feiyang looked around, closed his eyes, and magnified his perception. Soon, he saw a stone tower in the deepest part of the Soul Ceiling Valley. Swoosh! Immediately after, his figure flashed and directly entered the Soul Ceiling Valley, appearing in front of the stone tower. The stone tower was 9 stories tall, completely black, and filled with an ancient aura. 2 iron chains were tied to the stone tower. Each of them was as thick as an arm, emitting wisps of black light. "You're here." That black figure stealthily appeared behind Qin Feiyang and laughed with a hoarse voice. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the black shadow and asked, "This is where you were sealed?" "Yes. My main body is sealed in this stone tower." The black shadow nodded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at the stone pagoda. There was indeed a sealing aura on the stone pagoda. He then looked at the shadow and said, "You said that you would give me a great fortune. What exactly is this fortune? Seems like you've succeeded." The black shadow said, "Yes. The black tortoise world is now under my control." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Amazing. But I'm curious, how did you break open the door of the palace?" The black shadow was suspicious. "I don't know either. At that time, I had a lot of people around me, they were all false gods, but they couldn't open the door. At that time, I lost my cultivation, yet I was able to push it away. Tell me, could this be fate?" Qin Feiyang said. "What? Lost your cultivation?" The black shadow was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Yes, for some reason, I became a cripple at that time. False gods couldn't open the door, but a mortal like you was able to. This is too unbelievable." The black shadow lowered his head and pondered. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. "Wait. Could it be, suddenly?" The black shadow seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Qin Feiyang. Although he couldn't see his expression and eyes, Qin Feiyang could clearly feel that the black shadow was very shocked. "What did you think of?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Haha, so that's how it is," the black shadow laughed crazily and angrily. Qin Feiyang frowned. After a long time, the black shadow finally calmed down. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you know why you were able to open the door?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. The black shadow said word by word, "Because the door of the palace can only be opened by mortals." "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "It means that as long as you have cultivation, no matter if you are a false god, a war god, or a stronger existence, you will not be able to open the door of the palace. Only mortals can. This is the trap set by the Creator. Think about it, how can a mere mortal run to the undead mountain range and enter the deepest part of the desert? Even if they dare to enter, even if the storm and undead in the desert don't kill them, they won't be able to reach the deepest part of the desert. Because a mortal's life only lasts for a few decades." The black shadow said. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The difference between a mortal and a false god's speed was like heaven and earth. It took Willow Tree and the other false gods almost a year to reach the palace. With the speed of a mortal, even if they were unimpeded all the way, it would be impossible for them to reach it in their lifetime. Cultivators can't open it, only mortals can open it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This creator was really interesting, to actually set up such a trap. But then again, this time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. If Small Beast hadn't killed everyone, he wouldn't have used the fourth move of the Dragon God technique, the Gate of Rebirth, to save everyone. If he didn't save everyone, he wouldn't have lost his cultivation. If he didn't lose his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to open the door of the palace, obtain the Heart of Origin, and control the Black Tortoise realm. Speaking of which, he should thank Small Beast. Wait. Could it be that the little beast was doing this on purpose? That's not right. Because Small Beast didn't know that the fourth move of the Dragon God technique, the Gate of Rebirth, could revive everyone. The Black Shadow suddenly said, "Little friend, the fortune you mentioned can only be given to you after I escape." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "I remember you said last time that even if I get the Black Tortoise realm, I won't be able to break your seal. If the Black Tortoise realm is in your hands, you definitely won't be able to break the seal. But if the Black Tortoise realm is in my hands, then I can easily tear the seal on the stone tower." The Black Shadow said. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows. The Black Shadow hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand, I just want to borrow the Black Tortoise realm. After I break the seal, I promise to return it to you immediately." "Return it to me?" "You should know what the Black Tortoise realm is, right? It's not a spatial divine object, it's a real small world. Do you think I'm stupid enough to give you a small world? Or do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Little brother, it's not a gift, it's a loan." The Black Shadow said anxiously. "What's the difference between lending it to you and giving it to you? Don't waste your time, I won't give it to you. And now, I won't help you break the seal anymore, because you're very dishonest." Qin Feiyang sneered and turned to leave. The Black Shadow hurriedly stopped Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, this is really a misunderstanding, let me explain." Qin Feiyang said, "Well then, tell me, who are you? Why are you sealed here?" The Black Shadow was silent for a while, then sighed, "I'm not human." "Not human?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, this answer was really unexpected, and asked, "Then what are you?" "I'm a divine artifact." The Black Shadow said. "A divine artifact?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he said in surprise, "Then aren't you?" "Yes, I'm the artifact spirit you're talking about. My body is very powerful. It's even stronger than the castle and Changshui on you." The Black Shadow said proudly. "What?" Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. "Stronger than the castle and Changshui?" The Black Shadow said, "This creator of the miracle, Wutian, should be an extremely terrifying existence in your heart." Qin Feiyang nodded. To be able to create the miracle and the Black Tortoise world, this person's strength must be very terrifying. "I was born in the same period as him." "No, to be exact, I've been in the world for a long time, longer than him." The Black Shadow said. This, Qin Feiyang's eyes were dull. Even older than the creator of the miracle. Chapter 1675. Although I have existed for a longer time than him, this creator possessed extraordinary talent. Not only did his strength surpass mine, but even the little beast beside him also surpassed me. The Black Shadow sighed. "You know the small beast too?" Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. "Of course I know it. The reason I ended up like this is because of it." The Black Shadow said angrily, emitting a strong aura of hostility. Qin Feiyang said, "So the small beast and the creator are both your enemies?" "Yes. I can't wait to rip out their tendons, pull out their bones, and tear their bodies into pieces." The Black Shadow said sternly. Qin Feiyang snorted, "That's quite similar to me. I also want to kill the small beast." Isn't that enough? You help me break the seal, and I help you kill the small beast. It's mutually beneficial. The Black Shadow said. Even so, I still can't give you the Black Tortoise realm. After all, you're so scary. If I give it to you and you don't return it to me, I can't do anything to you. Qin Feiyang said. Why don't you trust me? The Black Shadow sighed. It's because I trust people too easily that I suffered so much in the past. You still haven't answered me. Why did they seal you here? Qin Feiyang said. Humiliation. They did this purely to humiliate me. The Black Shadow said hatefully. Humiliation? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, what does sealing you here have to do with humiliating you? When the seal is broken, you'll understand when you see it with your own eyes. Right now, I really don't want to talk about this matter because it's the biggest stain in my life. The Black Shadow said. All right. Give me some time to think about it. You can stay here for now. After saying that, Qin Feiyang walked away and brushed past the Black Shadow. Little brother, I beg you, I really don't want to stay here for a moment longer. Can you help me? The black figure hurriedly cried out, his voice filled with despair that could not be dissolved. If you don't give the Black Tortoise realm to you, I can still consider it. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. After saying that, he disappeared from the Black Shadow's sight. What a damned little bastard. Just you wait. When I get out of here, the first thing I'll do is kill you. The Black Shadow mumbled, his entire body was filled with killing intent. And then there was Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he appeared in an underground secret room. The secret chamber was about 1,000 feet wide and over 100 feet tall. A statue stood in the middle of the chamber. The statue was of a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure. His brows were sharp like swords, and his hair was mottled with white. He imperceptibly emitted a shocking aura of dominance. In the middle-aged man's hand was a saber. Although it was carved from stone, it emitted a bone-piercing sharpness. The appearance of this saber was exactly the same as the divine phoenix saber. That was right. This was the place of inheritance of the Vanga League. It was located in the deepest part of the underground. And the statue in the middle of the secret chamber was undoubtedly the first leader of the Vanga League, the true owner of the divine phoenix saber. After gaining control of the Black Tortoise realm, he could find anything in the Black Tortoise realm, no matter how well hidden it was. After looking at the statue, Qin Feiyang looked around the secret chamber with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Although this place was in the deepest part of the underground, a false god's divine consciousness could still penetrate this place. But why didn't Zhuge Mingyang and Li Yun discover this secret chamber? Suddenly, he turned his gaze and it fell between the statue's eyebrows. There was a very small black crystal there. It was so small that it was only the size of a baby's pinky nail. It was covered with a layer of dust and looked simple and unadorned. What is this? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He jumped and landed between the statue's eyebrows. He reached out his hand and carefully took the black crystal. Then, he landed on the ground and wiped off the dust on the crystal. He turned it over and over to examine it. After removing the dust, the crystal immediately shone brightly. It was crystal clear like a black gemstone. Could it be because of this that Zhuge Mingyang and Li Yun didn't discover this place? Qin Feiyang mumbled and released his divine consciousness. He was surprised to find that his divine consciousness couldn't see this crystal. Is it really because of this? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It could actually block the divine consciousness search. Wasn't this equivalent to finding a treasure? One had to know. No matter where it was hidden, no matter how small it was, it could be found. For example, the ancient castle. Although it was very powerful, it couldn't escape the divine consciousness search. But if this crystal was integrated into the ancient castle, then no one would be able to find the ancient castle with their divine consciousness in the future. If he couldn't find the ancient castle, then he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. He couldn't help but get excited just thinking about it. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would unintentionally obtain such a treasure. After calming down, he put away the crystal and looked up at the statue. In addition to this unexpected gain, he was also determined to get the puppet technique. Although the puppet technique was not as cruel as the slave seal, it was more useful than the slave seal under some special circumstances. Because the puppet technique could directly read the other party's memory. And it could also turn the other party into a puppet. Speaking of which, it was still a trump card. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and cut his fingertip. A drop of purple gold dragon blood flew through the air and landed between the statue's eyebrows. However, the purple gold dragon blood slid down the statue's face. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. There was only one explanation for this situation. The first leader of the Vanga League didn't recognize him. In other words, she wouldn't pass on the puppet technique to him. You're quite bad-tempered. I'm the Lord of the Black Tortoise Realm. Do you want me to kneel before you? Give me the art of puppetry right now, or you'll lose even this little shelter. Qin Feiyang shouted. A terrifying rule force appeared out of thin air and oppressed the statue from all directions. The statue suddenly shook. The entire secret chamber was also shaking. However, the statue didn't respond. You're really bad-tempered. Qin Feiyang was startled, and his brows wrinkled. Suddenly, he thought of the divine phoenix blade. When he was in the main hall, although the divine phoenix blade was shattered together with his physical body, the divine phoenix blade was also reconstructed when the Heart of Origin helped him reconstruct his physical body. The first leader was the owner of the divine phoenix blade. If he took out the divine phoenix blade now, would he be recognized by this person? With that thought, he immediately took out the divine phoenix blade. Buzz! As soon as the divine phoenix blade appeared, it flew toward the statue and emitted a hazy divine light as if it was paying tribute to its former owner. Suddenly, a divine light flashed out from the statue's glabella and went straight to Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang didn't dodge. Instead, he closed his eyes with a smile. The next moment, the divine light flashed into Qin Feiyang's glabella. At that moment, a huge inheritance memory entered his mind. It was the cultivation method of the puppet technique. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and quietly comprehended. 10 days passed in a flash. Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. His hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and a blood-red mark gradually condensed. That's right. This thing was the puppet imprint. After looking at the puppet imprint for a while, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the puppet imprint dissipated. He then got up and looked at the statue. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior." The statue was indifferent. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He put away the divine phoenix blade and appeared above the entrance of the soul-sealing valley in a flash. You're finally out. Immediately, a familiar voice entered his ears. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down and saw Lu Zheng and Lu Hong standing side by side in front of the entrance. There was still a trace of worry on their faces. However, Qin Feiyang noticed that the two's hands were tightly clasped together. An imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and landed in front of the two. He asked suspiciously, "What are you standing here for? Still not worried about you?" Lu Zheng rolled his eyes. Worried about me? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, "How did you know I entered the soul-sealing valley?" It's very simple. You found out about the Great Hall in the desert today. When you come back, you will definitely come here again. So we waited for you here. But we waited for so long. What are you doing inside? Lu Zheng frowned. These days, I've been comprehending the puppet technique. Qin Feiyang laughed. Puppet technique? The two glanced at each other. They would never forget the horror of the puppet technique. Qin Feiyang said again, by the way, I met that mysterious man. Do you know his background? What's his background? The two were surprised. His body is a divine artifact. And his existence is even older than the creator of the miracle. Qin Feiyang said. What? In that case, isn't it an antique? The two were shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded, but then shook his head and said, but this is only its side of the story. We can't believe it for the time being. Then you have to be careful. If what it said is true, then it is a terrifying existence that we can't afford to offend. Lu Zheng said. I know, so I didn't help it break the seal. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked down at their clasped hands, and said playfully, it seems that you two are making good progress. Hearing this, Lu Heng immediately let go of Lu Zheng's hand in a panic. Then she lowered her head and blushed. Lu Zheng glanced at Lu Heng, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, she's shy. Don't talk nonsense. Look at how proud you are. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, but I'm sincerely happy that you two can be together. Have you thought about when to get married? Lu Heng heard this and dared not look up even more. Her red cheeks were burning. But Lu Zheng looked indifferent. After thinking seriously, he shook his head and said, there's no hurry to get married. No hurry? Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't think too much. I'm not the kind of person who abandons a woman. What I mean is, getting married is a big deal after all. At least wait until we leave the miracle and return to the village to inform second grandpa and the others. Lu Zheng said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. But when the time comes, you have to prepare a big gift. I don't want ordinary things. Chapter 1676. That's a must. I promise I'll give you a shock. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Then I'll wait and see. Okay, take us to the castle. Now that you have a family, you're under a lot of pressure. You have to cultivate quickly. Otherwise, when your child is born and sees that I'm not as strong as you, I'll lose face. Lu Zheng sighed. Family? Child? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He shook his head speechlessly and said, don't think about these things until you're married. You haven't even gotten married yet. What do you mean? Lu Zheng looked at him with a frown. Qin Feiyang said jokingly, I mean, our Miss Lu Heng is very popular. Lu Zheng immediately scowled and said angrily, I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about Heng, or I'll fall out with you. What are you talking about? Lu Heng looked up and glared at Lu Zheng. Nothing, nothing. Lu Zheng quickly smiled apologetically. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I guess you'll be a henpecked husband in the future. I'm happy. It's better than having no one to control you. Lu Zheng looked proud. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gave him a thumbs up and said, I'm convinced. You can go to the castle. You don't have to worry about things outside. Even if we want to worry about it now, we don't have the ability to. Lu Heng sighed faintly. You don't think so much now. Take good care of yourself and give the Lu family a big fat boy. I can guarantee that when the time comes, second grandpa and the others will spoil you to the heavens. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Lu Zheng nodded and smiled. You two bastards. Lu Heng glared at the two of them with shame and anger. Her cheeks were extremely hot. By the way. Suddenly. Qin Feiyang took out the black crystal, handed it to Lu Zheng, and asked, do you know what this is? Lu Zheng was slightly stunned. He took the black crystal suspiciously and looked it up and down. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and his face was full of surprise. You recognize him? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked upon seeing this. Lu Zheng said, answer me first. Can this crystal block the probing of telepathic thoughts? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. Lu Zheng smiled. What is it? Don't keep me guessing. Qin Feiyang urged. Lu Zheng said, this thing is called Hidden Soul Stone. It's a very rare treasure, and its only function is to isolate the probing of divine sense. Hidden Soul Stone, Qin Feiyang murmured. Lu Zheng smiled and said, my Lu family has one. It's much bigger than this. Does that mean that as long as we carry this soul-sealing stone, no one will be able to detect our whereabouts with their divine sense? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Lu Zheng nodded. What if it's integrated into the castle? Qin Feiyang said. Integrated into the castle? Lu Zheng was stunned and shook his head. There's no need. It's fine as long as it's in the castle. Of course, this hidden soul stone has its limits. If your cultivation is strong enough, you can still see through it. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Lu Zheng said, any other questions? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head and waved his hand to send the two of them to the castle. As for the hidden soul stone, he thought for a while and put it into his sea of qi. I have to find Yen Wei. However, without the slave seal, how can I find him when the miracle is so big? Qin Feiyang murmured. Whoosh! At this moment, the white-eyed wolf and Li Jian flew over. Qin Feiyang looked at the man and beast, and asked, why are you two together? Li Jian said with a smile, we met in a city. Why did you go to the city? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Of course it's to inspect the people for you. The white-eyed wolf patted its chest and said, its breath reeking of alcohol. Inspect the people. I think you're going to indulge in wine and women. Qin Feiyang glared at it and asked Li Jian, it didn't mess around, did it? This, Li Jian glanced at the white-eyed wolf and stammered. The white-eyed wolf secretly cast a threatening look, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, what do you mean by this? Do I make you so distrustful? Who doesn't know your character? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, since you're going to inspect the people, what's the situation in the Black Tortoise world now? There may be a big turmoil in the near future. The white-eyed wolf said. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although the people in the Black Tortoise world don't know about what happened recently, some forces are already ready to make a move. I dare say that when they learn that the Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire have left the Black Tortoise world, and that the Vanga League and the Fengtian Palace have been destroyed, they'll definitely start to expand their forces. At that time, in order to seize territory, plunder resources, and climb to the throne of the strongest force, the Black Tortoise world will definitely be stirred up by a storm of blood. The white-eyed wolf said. Not bad. It seems like you're really going to inspect the people. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf said proudly, of course. You're so arrogant just because I said you're fat. Qin Feiyang glared at it and asked, is there anything else? Anything else? Nothing. It's just that they're talking about you. They're saying that you're a jinx, bringing disaster to the Black Tortoise world, even some children are spurning you. The white-eyed wolf said gloatingly. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Li Jian. Is what it said true? Brother Wolf isn't lying about this. Many people are cursing you. Li Jian sighed. Let them curse me. Qin Feiyang said. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Li Jian asked. Is there a need? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This kind of small matter didn't matter to him. Do as you wish. Li Jian said helplessly. As for the chaos in the future, don't worry about it. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of survival. In short, the Black Tortoise world will develop naturally from now on. And don't let anyone know that I'm in control of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang reminded. Okay. Li Jian nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled. You've played enough. Go and cultivate. Yes. Li Jian replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Li Jian to the castle. Then, he looked at the white-eyed wolf. What are you doing? You can't be so petty. Are you still fussing about what happened 10 days ago? The white-eyed wolf stared at Qin Feiyang warily. Do you think I'm you? I asked you to stay here to tell you to hurry up and cultivate. Because only you can deal with Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf suddenly understood and said, didn't you force him into despair after coming out of the main hall? What do you want me to do? That's because of the power of laws. And he will leave the Black Tortoise world sooner or later. Once he leaves the Black Tortoise world, the power of laws won't be able to deal with him. Qin Feiyang sighed. Then, don't let him leave the Black Tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf said. He has the news of Grandpa and Mother, as well as the Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi. Do you think I dare to stop him? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Speaking of this, I really want to have a good talk with you. Do you really believe that what they said is true? What if they are just fooling you? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. I have thought about it, but I feel that they are not trying to scare me. In any case, regarding Mother and the others, it's better to believe it's true than not. Zhuge Mingyang's biggest threat is his war soul. Without that war soul, he is nothing to worry about. And to restrain his war soul, only your war soul can do it. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf took a deep breath and nodded, understood, I will work hard. As long as you understand. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. Then, he waved his hand, and a magnificent picture appeared in the void in front of him. The scene shown in the picture was the miracle outside. Instead of looking around, it's better to go directly to the passage on the second floor of the miracle. He murmured and immediately drove the Black Tortoise world to the southwest. The scene in the picture immediately began to move backward at lightning speed. This proved that the Black Tortoise world was moving at high speed. Controlling the Black Tortoise world was like controlling a space-divine object. Not only could one see the outside scene from inside, but one could also drive the Black Tortoise world to fly. In other words, now, Qin Feiyang didn't have to stay in the castle. Time passed day by day. Sure enough, as the white-eyed wolf expected, the Black Tortoise world gradually began to become turbulent. All the major forces were secretly recruiting and purchasing troops. Even those previously unknown small forces wanted a piece of the pie. But at the moment, they didn't blatantly snatch it. Because they didn't know where the Fengtian Palace and the Vanguard League, the former super forces, were. But this situation wouldn't last forever. After a long time, if the Vanguard League and the other super forces didn't appear, chaos would definitely erupt. 2 months later, Qin Feiyang drove the Black Tortoise world through countless barren mountains. Suddenly, a green dot appeared in the picture. Could it be a water source? Qin Feiyang murmured. As he got closer, an oasis appeared. This place was about 10,000 miles long, with mountains and rivers, verdant vegetation, and pleasant scenery. It really is a water source. Qin Feiyang was quite excited. Because in the miracle, only water sources would have oases. And water sources usually had divine artifacts, divine arts, and all kinds of precious herbs. Especially herbs, which were what Qin Feiyang desired the most now. I hope to get some herbs for the Spirit Congealing Pill, 5 Elements Universe Pill, and Great Creation Pill. Qin Feiyang murmured. White-eyed Wolf, Fatso, and the others, who were about to break through to the 9-star War Emperor, had to take the 5 Elements Universe Pill and Great Creation Pill. And the Spirit Congealing Pill was what he needed the most now. Because as long as he had a large number of Spirit Congealing Pills, he could step into the true War God realm at the fastest speed. And not only him, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, Li Jian, and the others also needed the Spirit Congealing Pill. Wait. But suddenly. Chapter 1677. Although everyone's herbs were gone, he still had the Black Tortoise realm. There were countless rare treasures in the Black Tortoise realm, and there were even more herbs. Weren't these ready-made resources? He actually didn't think of it in the first place. What a fool. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, Cui Li, the 6 elders, and Li Jian appeared. Young master, what's wrong? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You guys go to the Devil's Land and the Netherworld Sea now. If you encounter any precious herbs, you must get them. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood and looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. We promised to complete the task. Old Zhao, you're the strongest. You must protect everyone. In addition, go and find out who has a 7th grade or above pill furnace. But remember, you can't take it by force. It's best to hide your identity. In short, you can't let the world know that you're still alive, otherwise it will cause an unnecessary commotion. Qin Feiyang reminded. Understood. Zhao Tailai nodded. Then, he led Lu Mu and the others away like lightning. With this Black Tortoise realm, are there any resources to worry about? Qin Feiyang smiled and retracted his gaze, looking at the water source in front of him. For now. Within his line of sight, there were no ferocious beasts or humans. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and rushed into the water source. Soon, he rushed to the sky above a lake. The lake was about 100 miles long. The lake water was clear and rippling, surrounded by mountains and lush vegetation. Suddenly, he looked at a mountain range on the left side of the lake. That mountain range was undulating and stretched for thousands of miles, exuding a shocking majestic aura. Among them, 5 giant peaks were the most eye-catching. 5 giant peaks towered into the sky, side by side. The lowest one was 5 to 6,000 feet. The highest peak in the middle reached more than 10,000 feet, and the peak towered into the sky. From afar, it looked like a giant hand that was holding up the world. Why does he look so familiar? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This mountain range that was shaped like a giant hand gave him a feeling of déjà vu. However, this was indeed his first time here. Wait a minute. Suddenly, his gaze trembled. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surfaced in his mind. He remembered that the mysterious madam had said that after entering the divine ruins, they would keep walking in the southwest direction. Somewhere in the southwest, there was a mountain range the size of a palm. The passageway to the 2nd level was at the peak of the tallest mountain. Could it be that the place the mysterious madam was talking about was this mountain range? He hurriedly controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew towards the highest peak. On the peak of the mountain, clouds and mist lingered, and the cold wind rustled. The Black Tortoise world silently flew out from the clouds and entered the sky above the mountain peak. His eyes immediately lit up. The entire mountain peak looked as if it had been flattened by a giant axe. It was about 5 to 6 miles wide, and it was filled with medicinal herbs. Purple spirit flower, dragon saliva grass, profoundine grass, almost all of them were the most precious medicinal herbs. He could even see the fiery glaze tree whose trunk was as thick as a water bucket. In the middle of the herb field were the spiritual infant tree and the creation tree. There was more than one. There were a total of 8 spiritual infant trees. There were also 6 creation trees. Even if 5 or 6 people held hands, they would not be able to hug each tree trunk. They were extremely old and strong, and no one knew how long they had been there. On the branches, the spiritual infant fruits and creation fruits were like ripe peaches, and one could not help but drool. So many, Qin Feiyang muttered. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of spiritual infant fruits and creation fruits. What kind of scene was this? Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he could not help but feel his blood boil at this moment. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the center of the 6 creation trees, and his pupils constricted. There was a huge fire python coiled on the ground. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its entire body was like fire, as if it was cast from magma. It coiled together like a small mountain, and its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, its eyes were tightly shut, and it was motionless, as if it was in a deep sleep. "That's right, this is it," Qin Feiyang mumbled. The mysterious lady said that there was a giant python guarding the passageway to the second level. The fire python in front of him and this palm-like mountain were exactly what the mysterious lady said. However, why did he not see the passageway to the second level? Qin Feiyang scanned the peak of the mountain. Apart from the fire python and herbs, there was not even a stone door, let alone a passageway. This is strange, Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Swoosh! Suddenly, the beast shadow of the fire dragon teleported from afar at lightning speed, and it descended above the fire python without concealing its aura. Fire dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When the fire dragon appeared, the fire python coiled on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Its pair of fiery red eyes were like two lanterns that shone brightly. Why does this fire python look so familiar? Especially this gaze, where have I seen it before? Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python with a trace of suspicion on his face. The fire python raised its head and looked at the fire dragon, and laughed. "So it's Uncle Fire Dragon, little nephew greets uncle." His expression was rather respectful. "Uncle? Little nephew?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "How have you been?" Fire Dragon lowered his head and looked at the fire python. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he asked with a smile. "Pretty good. Uncle Fire Dragon, where is my father? What has he been busy with recently?" The fire python asked. Fire Dragon's eyes darkened, and said, "This time, I came here to meet the beast god, and also to tell you about your father." Looking at the fire dragon's expression, the fire python's eyelids twitched, and hurriedly said, "Uncle Fire Dragon, what happened to my father?" "It has been killed." Fire Dragon said. "What? Killed?" The fire python's huge body trembled, and hurriedly said, "How is this possible? Father is now the guardian of the miracle, who can kill him?" "So it's like this," Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. This fire python was the guardian python's child, no wonder it looked so familiar. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon again. He already knew what the fire dragon was going to say to the fire python. Fire Dragon sighed, and said, "It's a human. His name is Qin Feiyang, and his strength is extremely terrifying. He is the one who killed your father." Qin Feiyang. The fire python suddenly roared, and roared, "Uncle, quickly tell little nephew, where is this Qin Feiyang? Little nephew will definitely swallow him alive and avenge father." What a despicable guy. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What the fire dragon said was exactly as he guessed. He obtained the Black Tortoise realm, and I don't know where he is now. However, he will come here sooner or later. Because if I'm not wrong, he should be going to the second floor. Fire Dragon said. With me here, he still wants to go to the second floor, it's simply wishful thinking. The fire python laughed again and again. Child, don't be impulsive. Even your father is not that Qin Feiyang's opponent, let alone you. Although you have stepped into the war god realm, compared to Qin Feiyang's methods, you are still a lot weaker. Do you know? When he killed your father, I was also there, but we couldn't stop him even if we joined hands. It was not easy for me to escape. You can imagine just how terrifying his methods are. Fire Dragon sighed. I don't care, in short, I must kill him. The fire python said word by word. Why don't you listen to my advice? Fire Dragon said angrily. Uncle, don't say any more, in short, this Qin Feiyang, I must kill him. The fire python said. You have the same personality as your father, if he could endure and not act on impulse, he wouldn't have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Fire Dragon shook his head and sighed. On the surface, he was persuading the fire python, but in fact, he was provoking the fire python, making the fire python hate Qin Feiyang even more. The hatred of killing my father, I can't bear it. Sure enough. The more Fire Dragon persuaded, the more the Fire Python wanted to kill. Shut up. I won't let you mess around. Listen to me. When Qin Feiyang arrives, you will let him enter the second floor. When he goes to the second floor, we will think of a way to deal with him slowly. I am not discussing with you, this is an order. I will go to the third floor now and report this to Lord Divine Beast. Get out of the way. Fire Dragon shouted. The Fire Python dragged its body and soared into the air. At that moment, a simple and unadorned stone door appeared before him. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the stone door. It turned out that the passage was under the Fire Python's body, no wonder he couldn't find it. Remember my words, don't mess around. Fire Dragon reminded the Fire Python again, then shrunk its body, turned into a flame, rushed into the stone door and disappeared. Don't mess around. Humph. No one can leave here alive. Fire Dragon smiled coldly, murderous intent surging in its eyes, then it covered the stone door with its body and closed its eyes. The mountain peak quickly returned to peace. Strange? Qin Feiyang frowned. Listening to Fire Dragon's words, it seemed that it hadn't told Small Beast about the death of the giant python. In other words, Fire Dragon had just arrived here. But this didn't make sense. Although Fire Dragon wasn't the guardian of the miracle and couldn't enter the first and second floor with a thought like the giant python in the past. But Fire Dragon was a genuine god of war. By right, with its speed, it should have entered the second floor long ago. However, it took it until now to arrive here. What was it doing on the first floor these days? Could it be that there were still secrets hidden on the first floor? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Swish. His eyes flashed slightly, took a step forward, and directly descended in front of the Fire Python. The rule force descended once again. At the same time, the Fire Python also opened its eyes and found that it was a human. Its eyes suddenly became fierce. Sir, don't be impatient. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. You are not afraid of me. The Fire Python was stunned and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Where were you hiding just now? I didn't sense your aura. Qin Feiyang said, I am the Qin Feiyang that Fire Dragon mentioned. What? It's you. Chapter 1678. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Wait, listen to me first. You killed my father. What else is there to say? Die. The Fire Python laughed sinisterly. I didn't kill your father. Qin Feiyang said. Uncle Fire Dragon said it himself. How can it be false? The Fire Python shouted. Qin Feiyang said, The rule force is about to descend. Why don't you follow me to the Black Tortoise world and I'll tell you slowly. Go to the Black Tortoise world? You think this emperor doesn't know that you've already taken control of the Black Tortoise world? When this emperor goes to the Black Tortoise world, even if this emperor has the cultivation of a newborn war god, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the rule force. Don't waste your time. Fight me fair and square right now. The Fire Python roared. Qin Feiyang was quite angry. He suddenly looked behind the Fire Python and exclaimed, Beast God. What? Lord Beast God. The Fire Python's body trembled. It quickly turned its head, but there was no one behind it. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an invisible force rushed towards the Fire Python. The next moment, a man and a beast appeared in the Black Tortoise world. He lured the Fire Python and forcefully brought it to the Black Tortoise world. Firstly, it was because of the rule force. Secondly, it was to protect the medicinal herbs on the mountain peak. Because once he fought with the Fire Python, the medicinal herbs on the mountain peak would definitely be destroyed. This was a reckless waste of resources. The Fire Python didn't care, but he did. The Fire Python looked around in surprise and said angrily, Where is this place? The Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. You despicable person. The fire python was burning with anger. The fiery red god force rolled out, destroying everything in its path. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. With a wave of his hand, the black tortoise world's rule force descended from the sky and blasted towards the god force. With a loud bang, the god force shattered on the spot. It shattered the god force so easily. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. Seeing this, the fire python's eyes trembled. His godly aura burst out as he screamed hysterically, "Even if you have the rule power, I won't let you off easily. Listen to me. I really didn't kill your father." Qin Feiyang said angrily. "If you didn't kill him, then who did? Would Uncle Fire Dragon lie to me again?" The fire python was enraged. It raised its huge tail high up in the air and aggressively swatted towards Qin Feiyang. A large part of the void was shattered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted to continue using his rule force. But after thinking about it, he chose to give up. Activate the battle character formula. He waved his hand in the air. Golden light burst out from his palm and collided with the fire python's tail. Boom! Crack! Puff! Qin Feiyang's arm shattered on the spot. Blood gushed out from his mouth. His entire body crashed into the ground like a meteor. A huge crater appeared in the ground. The fire python was stunned. It lowered its head to look at Qin Feiyang lying at the bottom of the pit, covered in blood. It said angrily, "Why didn't you use your rule force? Are you looking down on me? The might of the god of war is indeed not something a false god can block." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the battle art protecting his body, he would probably be a corpse now. He slowly got up and walked out of the pit step by step. He looked up at the fire python and said, "I didn't use my rule force not because I looked down on you, but because I want to prove my sincerity." "Sincerity," the fire python murmured. It suddenly swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. "You really didn't kill my father?" "Yes. If I killed him, I would definitely kill you without hesitation to eliminate future troubles. I'm afraid you've seen it too. I'm only a false god. No matter how heaven-defying my means are, it's impossible for me to kill your father." Qin Feiyang said. "That seems to make sense. Father controls the power of the rules of the miracles. How can a mere false god hurt father?" The fire python lowered its head and murmured. It looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then who killed my father?" "I'm afraid you won't believe me. The one who killed your father was your Uncle Fire Dragon." Qin Feiyang said. "What?" The fire dragon's body trembled. It said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Fire Dragon and my father were good friends. How could he hurt my father? That's just an illusion. Let me ask you. Before your father became a guardian, was the fire dragon the guardian of miracle?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes." The fire dragon nodded and said suspiciously, "This was a long time ago." "How did you know?" "I heard it from the fire dragon. Back then, because of your father's snitch, it was removed from the position of guardian by the small beast and replaced by your father. Although the fire dragon didn't say anything on the surface, it had always held a grudge in its heart. That's why it ambushed your father this time to take revenge for what happened back then and frame me for it." Qin Feiyang said. "That's impossible. I also know about the snitch. Father did this for the sake of Uncle Fire Dragon." The fire python said. "For the sake of the fire dragon? What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The mistake that Uncle Fire Dragon made back then was very serious. It even angered the heavens. If Father didn't take the initiative to tell Lord Beast God at that time, when Lord Beast God knew about it, Uncle Fire Dragon's punishment would be even heavier. He might even lose his life. In other words, my father was completely kind-hearted and even pleaded for Uncle Fire Dragon in front of Lord Beast God. How can it repay kindness with ingratitude now?" The fire python said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and sighed. Your father was kind-hearted, but the fire dragon might not think so. It won't, the fire python shook its head. What did the fire dragon do back then? There were actually such serious consequences. Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The fire python said, it wanted to leave the miracle. Leave the miracle? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Back then, it carefully planned to leave the miracle and even asked my father to leave with it. But my father didn't agree and repeatedly persuaded it to give up this idea. But Uncle Fire Dragon was already obsessed at that time and didn't listen at all. Left with no choice, my father could only report this matter to Lord Beast God. Lord Beast God was furious and removed it from its position as a guardian on the same day and sent it to the second floor of the miracle to guard the passage. The fire python said. Sent to the second floor. Why do I remember that the fire dragon said that the small beast asked it to guard the entrance to the Black Tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This is already a matter of later. When Uncle Fire Dragon planned to leave the miracle, it was 20,000 years ago. The fire python said 20,000 years ago. Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised and asked, isn't that the time before the miracle opened? Yes. After Uncle Fire Dragon was sent to the second floor, it was still quite obedient. But when the miracle opened last time, it had this idea again. And this time, it had an even bolder plan. The fire python sighed. Last time. Isn't it the time when my ancestor and the others entered the miracle? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, what's the bolder plan? It wants to possess a human and use the human body to quietly leave the miracle. And the person it wants to possess, this emperor heard from my father that his surname is Qin. The fire python said. Surname Qin. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes, his surname is Qin, the same as yours. What's his name again? The fire python lowered its head and pondered. Qin Badian? Qin Feiyang asked tentatively. The fire python nodded and said, yes, his name is Qin Badian, how do you know? Guess. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, did the fire dragon succeed in possessing him? The fire dragon actually possessed his ancestor. This was too surprising. If the possession was successful, Uncle Fire Dragon would have already left the miracle. I heard from my father that Qin Badian is very talented, which is why Uncle Fire Dragon chose him. At first, Uncle Fire Dragon was full of confidence. Because at that time, Qin Baishan's cultivation was only at the initial stage of war, while Uncle Fire Dragon's cultivation was at the Desheng stage of war. But what Uncle Fire Dragon never expected was that Qin Baishan's strength was beyond imagination. Not only did he fail, but his consciousness was also severely injured by Qin Badian. And they even fought on the second floor. Qin Baishan's means were not inferior to Uncle Fire Dragon's. Uncle Fire Dragon was seriously injured. Fortunately, my father rushed there in time and saved him from Qin Badian. Tell me, my father saved its life twice. How could it hurt my father? The fire python said angrily. I can only say that there is no knowing what is in a person's heart. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, what happened after that? He was only concerned about what happened after that. How did his ancestor get forced to the third floor? Did the python have a part in it? After that, my father didn't report this to the beast god because he was friends with Uncle Fire Dragon. But Uncle Fire Dragon failed to possess the body and became angry out of humiliation. He wanted to take revenge on Qin Badian. In the end, he instigated the divine beasts on the second floor to set up a trap and kill Qin Baishan's subordinates. However, Qin Badian grasped a heaven-defying divine art and actually managed to save all of his dead subordinates. However, because of this, Qin Badian lost his cultivation and became a cripple. He even almost lost his life. When Uncle Fire Dragon saw this, he attacked Qin Badian. But Qin Baishan's subordinates were also very loyal. They didn't leave him behind and fled with him. In the end, they had no choice but to take Qin Badian to the third floor. The fire python sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang murmured. This matched what the fire dragon said. Huolong had once said that Ancestor was forced to enter the third level because Ancestor was too loyal and righteous. He didn't understand at first, but now he did. If his ancestor didn't use the fourth move of the divine dragon art, the Gate of Rebirth, to save his subordinates, he wouldn't have lost his cultivation. If he didn't lose his cultivation, the fire dragon wouldn't have been able to force him to the third floor with his strength. This bastard deserves to die. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and looked at the fire python. Did your father get involved? He secretly helped the fire dragon. The fire python nodded. They are indeed jackals of the same tribe. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 1679. What? My ancestor also has a divine artifact with the power of law. Qin Feiyang was shocked. I have never seen that divine artifact, but my father has. It's very terrifying. The reason why Uncle Fire Dragon was defeated by him was because of that divine artifact. As for what happened after that, it's very simple. Not long after Qin Batian was forced into the third floor, Lord Beast God learned about this matter. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, my father told him the truth about Uncle Fire Dragon's possession. Then Uncle Fire Dragon was demoted to the first floor to guard the entrance of the Black Tortoise realm. As for my father, because he was secretly helping, even Uncle Fire Dragon didn't know about it, so he kept it a secret. When the fire python said this, it was slightly stunned and shook its head. No, no. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The time isn't right. The fire python said. Time? Qin Feiyang became more and more suspicious. Yes, it's the time. Uncle Fire Dragon set up a trap to kill Qin Baishan's subordinates after the miracle closed. The fire python said. What? After the miracle closed? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Yes. My father mentioned this before, but it's been too long, so I didn't remember it just now. Actually, this is what happened. After Uncle Fire Dragon failed to possess Qin Batian led his men and left the miracle not long after. Not long after, the miracle closed as well. But about half a year after the miracle closed, Qin Batian led his men and appeared on the second floor again. Uncle Fire Dragon wasn't willing to give up. When he saw Qin Batian appear again, he instigated the beasts on the second floor to kill his subordinates and force him into the third floor. The fire python said. How is that possible? Don't miracles only open once every 10,000 years? Qin Batian has only left the divine ruins for half a year. How could he have come back? Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. The fire python said, I've also thought about this problem. I've also asked father, but he doesn't know either. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, could it be that there are other ways to enter the divine site? That's impossible. There's only one entrance to the divine site. The fire python said resolutely. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. The divine site wasn't open, but they could enter it. How did the ancestors do it? However, from what the fire python had said, he could basically associate it with what had happened 10,000 years ago. The ancestor and Mu Tianyang entered the divine ruins together. Mu Tianyang didn't die at that time, which meant that the Heavenly Sun Empire still existed. In other words, my ancestor only destroyed Mu Tianyang, destroyed the Heavenly Sun Empire, and established the Great Qin Empire after coming out of the divine ruins. Moreover, the legendary divine beast in the endless sea of Forgotten Continent should have also been suppressed during this period of time. After destroying the Heavenly Sun Empire, suppressing the divine beast, and waiting for the Great Qin Empire to stabilize, the ancestor led his subordinates back to the divine ruins. Then, he was attacked by the fire dragon and entered the third floor. But it was still the same question. The divine ruins had already closed at that time, so how did the ancestor come in? And after half a year, why did the ancestor enter the divine ruins again? What was there that made the ancestor want to barge in even though he knew that he had offended the fire dragon? Although Qin Badian lost his cultivation and became a cripple, Uncle Fire Dragon has also suffered a lot over the years. Think about it, he was once a guardian, but now he has become a gatekeeper. Anyone would collapse. The fire python sighed. It deserves it. Even if I kill it, it won't be enough to extinguish the anger in my heart. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The anger in your heart? Wait, your surname is Qin, and so is Qin Badian. What is the relationship between the two of you? The fire python asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, you should know that Qin Baishan's bloodline power is purple gold dragon blood, right? I know. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and cut his wrist. Drops of purple gold dragon blood immediately floated down. What? You also have purple gold dragon blood. Are you a descendant of Qin Badian? The fire python's eyes trembled as it exclaimed. That's right. The Qin Emperor is my ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. Are you here to take revenge on Uncle Fire Dragon and my father? The fire python asked. Before this, I didn't know about this at all, but now I know. The fire dragon must die. As for your father, it's already dead, so it can be considered as paying the blood debt. Qin Feiyang said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Are you using this emperor to get information from me? The fire python's killing intent soared to the sky. I didn't use you. I didn't lie to you either. Your father was indeed killed by the fire dragon. If you don't believe me, I can set up a trap and let the fire dragon say it himself. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Seeing Qin Feiyang's sincerity, the fire python began to waver. Qin Feiyang nodded. What are you going to do? The fire python asked. You will know when the time comes. For now, I will have to trouble you to stay here for a while. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he appeared on the mountain peak again. In fact, he also hid something from the fire python. Although he didn't kill the giant python, he could be considered an accomplice. Because if he didn't block the rule force of the miracle, the fire dragon wouldn't be able to kill it at all. But these things couldn't be said now. Descending above the mountain peak, Qin Feiyang glanced at the herbs and waved his hand. The false god force rolled out and rushed towards the herbs. The next moment, all of the medicinal herbs were uprooted under the restraint of the false divinity. Then, Qin Feiyang took these herbs and returned to the Black Tortoise world again. Preposterous. You actually dare to rob this emperor's medicinal ingredients? Do you know how long it took this emperor to cultivate these herbs? The fire python was furious. I want to create a fake battle scene outside. These herbs must be moved. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Fake battle scene. The fire python was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the herbs immediately turned into streams of light and took root in the ground below. Then, Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world again and descended on the mountain peak. He waved his hand. Boom! The peak of the mountain immediately split into pieces and collapsed. But the stone gate was like Mount Tai. Even though the giant peak collapsed, it didn't disappear. It was suspended in the void, motionless. But Qin Feiyang was already used to this kind of thing. With another wave of his hand, the nearby giant peaks also collapsed with a rumbling sound. Moreover, he also destroyed the surrounding 10,000 miles, leaving only ruins in an instant. Naturally, the water source no longer existed. After doing all this, he returned to the Black Tortoise world and asked for some blood from the fire python. He sprinkled it in a conspicuous place and returned to the Black Tortoise world, never to appear again. Time passed day by day. 5 days later, in the morning, the fire dragon suddenly descended above the stone door without any warning. It looked very pleased with itself and was in high spirits. However, when it saw the giant peak that had disappeared and the broken ground, its eyes were immediately filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, it saw the blood that Qin Feiyang deliberately sprinkled. Although 5 days had passed, as a war god, the blood of the fire python had yet to coagulate. The fire dragon flew down and sniffed with its nose. Its pupils constricted slightly as it muttered, "This is the blood of my idiot nephew." Then, it raised its head and scanned its surroundings, its eyes flickering. Did you hear what he said? Idiot nephew. Inside the black tortoise world, Qin Feiyang had been monitoring the situation outside, so he already knew the moment the fire dragon appeared. Although the fire dragon was muttering to itself before, it was still clearly heard by Qin Feiyang and the fire python. It has scolded me like this before. What can I say? The fire python said. Idiot. Qin Feiyang sneered. With a wave of his hand, Lu Zheng appeared and said, "Cousin, go out and talk to it." Lu Zheng looked at the fire dragon in the image and said unhappily, "Aren't you asking me to go out and die?" "Don't worry, I will help you." Qin Feiyang laughed. No, you go out by yourself. If I'm not careful and lose my life, won't hung, or be a widow. Lu Zheng shook his head like a rattledrum. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said angrily, "Even if Lu Heng wants to be a widow, I won't agree." What do you mean? Don't tell me that after I die, you and Heng, will continue your fate. Lu Zheng frowned. I say, what are you thinking about all day long? I mean, I won't let you die outside, understand? As for me, although I can go out, the rule force will also appear. If I go in and out, it will be troublesome, you know? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Lu Zheng frowned and said reluctantly, then you have to watch carefully. If the fire dragon does anything wrong, immediately help me. You don't have to worry at all. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Lu Zheng pursed his lips and said, "Fine, I'll believe you this time. Send me out." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Lu Zheng immediately appeared outside. The fire dragon also noticed Lu Zheng and looked up at Lu Zheng. His eyes flashed coldly as he asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang?" Lu Zheng said lightly, "My little cousin ate the fire python's meat and is refining the energy in the divine meat. He specially asked me to come out and ask you if you want to try it too." What? Even the fire python was killed by you? The fire dragon's body shook as he said with grief and indignation. Don't pretend to be sad and indignant. Isn't this what you want? Lu Zheng said with disdain. Huolong lowered his head and looked at the blood that had yet to dry up. He immediately laughed out loud and said, "Haha, that's right. This is what I want." Inside the black tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and said lightly, "Do you believe me now?" "Impossible, Uncle Fire Dragon, I've always treated it as my most respected elder." The fire python shook its head and cried out sorrowfully. Outside, Lu Zheng said with disdain, "Before the fire python died, it couldn't forget your uncle. How could you treat it like this? Do you have a conscience?" Conscience? Ridiculous. If it weren't for its father telling on me, would I have suffered so much all these years? Moreover, I killed its father, so I naturally have to kill it. Otherwise, when it learns of this one day and runs to the beast god to tell on me, wouldn't I be punished again? Now that both father and son are dead, there is no evidence. The control of this divine relic has returned to my hands. As for you, the beast god won't believe your words at all. This is the pleasure of covering the sky with one hand, do you understand? Ha! Chapter 1680. Damn it, it's really him. That heartless, ungrateful bastard. This emperor must kill it. In the black tortoise realm. Hearing the fire dragon admit it, the fire python was furious and roared again and again. Calm down. Didn't you hear him say that he has become a guardian? After becoming a guardian, he can control the power of the rules of the miracle. With your cultivation, you are no match for him. Qin Feiyang said. Outside. Lu Zheng's face was full of disgust. He looked at the fire dragon and snorted coldly. You are such a hypocrite. Hypocrite? The fire dragon laughed and said, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Don't you understand this? Call Qin Feiyang out. Why did you call my little cousin out? Don't tell me you want to kill him. It's not like you don't know our foundation. Even if you become a guardian of the miracle, I'm afraid you can't do anything to us. Lu Zheng said contemptuously. Then I will kill you first. The fire dragon flew into a rage out of humiliation. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. It shattered the sky and rushed toward Lu Zheng. Little cousin. Lu Zheng's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Swish! The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared beside him and looked at the fire dragon mockingly. The good show is yet to come. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Zheng and disappeared without a trace. What's the point of hiding? Come out if you have the ability and fight fair and square. The fire dragon roared. This bastard is taking advantage of me. In the Black Tortoise realm. Looking at the flustered fire dragon, Lu Zheng frowned and said. Let it be. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The fire dragon was stronger than the giant python. Now that it had become a guardian, it could not fight it head-on for the time being. Let it be. Although it has become a guardian now, as long as we trick it into coming to the Black Tortoise realm. Before Lu Zheng could finish, the fire python's eyes lit up. Yes, 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 as long as we lure it into the Black Tortoise world, it won't be able to use the divine ruin's power of laws. Do you think it will come to the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The fire dragon was such a treacherous person, how could he be so easily fooled? Lu Zheng frowned and asked, what should we do next? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and remained silent. The fire python suddenly said, send this emperor out. Lu Zheng was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked up at the fire python and asked suspiciously, what are you going out for? I'll go find Lord Beast God and ask him for justice. The fire python said word by word. That's a good idea. That small beast is extremely powerful. If it knows the truth, the fire dragon will definitely be in trouble. Lu Zheng smiled. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why not? The fire python and Lu Zheng were stunned and looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng, then looked at the fire python and said, we told the fire dragon that you were killed by us. If you go out now, won't it know that we lied to it? That makes sense. Lu Zheng nodded. Once it knows that we lied to it, it will definitely think of ways to kill you and stop you from going to the third level. So, we have to think about this matter at length. Qin Feiyang said. When this emperor thinks that father died in its hands, it feels like a knife is cutting my heart. I really don't want to wait a moment longer. The fire python said. You have to wait even if you don't want to, unless you want to die too. Qin Feiyang said. The fire python fell silent. Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted, don't worry, when I enter the second level, I will find a way to let you meet the small beast. Why are you helping this emperor? The fire python frowned. Our goal is the same, to get rid of the fire dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. But there was another purpose that he didn't say, and that was to kill the small beast. The fire python took a deep look at him. By the way, there is something that I don't know if you know. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? The fire python was suspicious. Back then, your father took a group of people from the Black Tortoise world. Do you know where he settled these people? Qin Feiyang said. The fire python was slightly stunned and shook its head. This emperor really doesn't know about this. Are those people important to you? Yes. Very important. Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python lowered its head and pondered. After a long time, it looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, although this emperor doesn't know about these things, this emperor knows a little about the Black Tortoise World's devil imprint. When father took them out of the Black Tortoise World, did their devil imprint disappear? Qin Feiyang said, only a few people don't have the devil imprint. Everyone else has it. These few people were naturally Wang Yu, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang. Because they were taken out of the Black Tortoise World less than half a year ago. No, the fire python murmured. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and said, this emperor knows where they are. Qin Feiyang quickly asked, where? The ancient world. Creatures with the devil imprint, other than the Black Tortoise World, can only survive in the ancient world. The fire python said. Ancient world? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. This ancient world is the same as the Black Tortoise World, an independent small world. But the difference is that the ancient world is a battlefield. The fire python explained. Another independent small world? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were stunned. Lu Zheng's heart immediately burned with passion. Qin Feiyang had already obtained the Black Tortoise World. If he could also obtain this ancient world, this emperor knows what you are thinking in your hearts. But this emperor advises you to dispel these thoughts as soon as possible. The fire python glanced at the two and said in a deep voice. Why? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were puzzled. Because this ancient world has no guardian. It is personally controlled by the Lord Creator. Even guardians like my father and the fire dragon can only enter through the entrance. The fire python said. Ah. The two of them were stunned, and then they could not help but smile bitterly. Controlled by the Lord Creator. This was really a piece of news that made one despair. Although the Lord Creator is not at the divine sight, as long as someone dares to have ideas about the ancient world, he will immediately detect it. The Lord Creator's methods are not something you can imagine. The fire python said. Understood. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded. Lu Zheng asked, just now, you said that the ancient world is a battlefield? Yes. Legend has it that the ancient world was once a very ancient continent. Not only were there many powerhouses, but there were also as many gods as dogs. But because of the desires and ambitions of humans, the flames of war on the continent continued. In the end, the people were plunged into misery and suffering, and the essence was lost. Gradually, the essence energy was exhausted, and the continent became a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. The living beings on the continent also stepped into death step by step, and in the end, they were all wiped out. Later, the Lord Creator appeared and merged the continent into the divine sight, forming a battlefield and named it the ancient world. Of course, this is just a legend. This emperor does not know whether it is true or not. The fire python said. I see. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded in realization. Wait. This emperor suddenly remembered something. Father once told this emperor that when your ancestor entered the divine sight for the second time, he also inquired about the ancient world. The fire python said. What? My ancestor inquired about the ancient world? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. But the ancient world is on the first level, and your ancestor was a war god at the time, so he could not enter the ancient world. The fire python said. The ancient world, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Could it be that there were some secrets hidden in the ancient world? Otherwise, why would his ancestor inquire about it? Could it be that his ancestor led his subordinates into the divine sight for the second time because of this ancient world? Qin Feiyang asked, where is the ancient world? The fire python shook its head and said, except for the Lord Creator, Lord Beast God, and the guardian of the divine sight, no one knows where the ancient world is. How is that possible? Didn't you just say that the ancient world is on the first level? Lu Zheng frowned. The fire python said, it is true that the ancient world is on the first level, but it has no fixed location. No fixed location? What does that mean? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng became more and more puzzled. The fire python said, "It means that the ancient world is mobile." Mobile? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other. Yes. The ancient world floats on the first level of the divine sight, drifting aimlessly and silently. Even if it floats in front of your eyes, you may not notice it. But if you notice it, it will be a great opportunity. The fire python said. A great opportunity? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Yes. Although the ancient world lacks essence, there are countless ancient ruins hidden inside. For example, divine weapons and techniques. According to my father, there are countless of them. The fire python said. Lu Zheng said excitedly, according to what you said, this ancient world is also a blessed land. Yes. But according to my father, it is also a dangerous place. As for the details, I am not very clear because I have not entered it. The fire python said. Just now, you said that there is an entrance to the ancient world. Since there is an entrance, even if the ancient world is drifting, there should be some signs or traces, right? Qin Feiyang said. There is indeed. The ancient realm is silent, but wherever it goes, all living creatures will feel a fear that comes from their souls. The fire python said. Us too? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Any creature, including you humans. If you walk to a certain place and suddenly feel fear in your heart, but there are no humans or beasts around you that make you feel fear, then you must have encountered the ancient world. However, the divine sight is so vast that it is harder to encounter it than ascending to heaven. The fire python sighed. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The divine sight was too big, and the ancient world did not have a fixed location. It drifted everywhere. Such a situation could only be encountered by chance. It was completely dependent on luck. Lu Zheng asked, before your father died, how did he find the ancient world? Although my father can't enter the ancient world, with his identity as its guardian, he can sense the location of the ancient world. As for Lord Beast God and Lord Creator, needless to say, they can directly enter the ancient world. The fire python said. Chapter 1681. It's already an indisputable fact that they are in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, although he knew the whereabouts of Mu Qing and the others, it was impossible to enter the ancient world. Wait. Fire Dragon delayed for so long on the first floor before reporting the death of the giant python to Small Beast. Was it because of a trip to the ancient world? No. Fire Dragon hadn't recovered his guardian status at that time, so he couldn't sense the location of the ancient world. Fire Python suddenly said, if you're lucky enough to encounter the ancient world, then it won't be difficult to find the ancient world again. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. Because after encountering the ancient world, you will know the direction of the ancient world. As long as the time interval is not too long and you follow the general direction, it won't be difficult to find it. Fire Python laughed. Understood. Qin Feiyang muttered. Although Fire Dragon hadn't recovered his guardian status at that time, he must have gone to the ancient world with the giant python before descending into the Sea of Fire. In this way, after killing the giant python, he followed the general direction and found the ancient world. This also confirmed his speculation. But now, whether it was Fire Dragon or Mu Qing, he didn't care too much about them. He just wanted to understand why his ancestor would ask about the ancient world. Was it purely out of curiosity? Or were there other factors? Fire Python said, actually, not everyone can enter the ancient world after finding it. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? After finding the ancient world, you must stop it first. It means to stop it temporarily so that the entrance will appear. And to stop the ancient world, you must at least have the cultivation of an early-stage war god. Fire Python said. I see. The two of them nodded in realization. Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. He looked at the fire python and said, I've heard you mention something about initial stage war god and minor stage war god. Could it be that after breaking through to the war god realm, there are still differences in realms? Of course. Every major realm is divided into smaller realms. However, the difference is that every major realm from a martial artist to a battle emperor has 9 minor realms. War god, on the other hand, only has 5 minor realms. They are the initial stage, the initial stage, the initial stage, the Desheng stage, the peak stage, and the peak stage. For example, my father and the fire dragon are both at the peak stage. The fire python said. Peak stage. I remember you said that when the fire dragon took over my ancestor's body, my ancestor was at the small completion stage, and the fire dragon was at the Desheng stage? Qin Feiyang said. Why don't you look at the time? 10,000 years have already passed. The fire dragon will definitely have a breakthrough. The fire python was speechless. That's true. Qin Feiyang patted his head, looking rather embarrassed. He was truly smart all his life, but he was foolish this time. He actually didn't think of such a simple logic. Lu Zheng thought for a while and asked, is there a big difference between the 5 minor realms of the god of war? Nonsense, of course there's a big difference. For example, a war god at the small completion stage can kill dozens or even hundreds of war gods at the early completion stage with a wave of his hand. This is the same as a 9-star and 8-star battle emperor. The fire python said. Lu Zheng smiled embarrassedly, feeling that he had asked a rather stupid question. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python curiously and said, then what realm are you at now? Early completion stage. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang said, 10,000 years ago, were you guarding the passage here? Yes. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you doing? The fire python looked at him suspiciously. Do you know? Before I entered the divine site, I heard a senior mention you. She said that 10,000 years ago, you were only at the false god stage. At that time, we were still worried that after 10,000 years, would you have broken through to the war god stage? In the end, you really did break through to the war god stage. But fortunately, we became friends. Qin Feiyang laughed. So it's like that. The fire python suddenly understood, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, do you really think of me as a friend? Qin Feiyang was stunned, he never thought that the fire python would suddenly ask such a question. The so-called father's debt is paid by the son. The fire python's father had also secretly helped the fire dragon to harm his ancestor. As a result, he did not give up on the idea of killing the fire python. This also caused him to not know how to answer the fire python's question. Fine. I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I also had a part in killing your father. Qin Feiyang said. What? The fire python's gaze trembled. The situation at that time was like this. Qin Feiyang told the fire python everything that had happened at that time. After listening, the fire python's eyes spewed out thick flames of anger, and it roared, I didn't expect you to be an accomplice. Calm down. At that time, your father wanted to kill us, and he even used a woman to threaten us. If you were in the same situation, would you sit still and wait for death? I believe that you definitely wouldn't. In the end, this matter is your father's fault. Besides, your father really died under the plot of the fire dragon. It has nothing to do with us. Because without the plot of the fire dragon, even if we wanted to kill your father, we wouldn't be able to do it. Lu Zheng said. I won't listen. The fire python roared. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Back then, your father secretly helped the fire dragon to harm my ancestor. Now, I'm helping the fire dragon to kill your father. This is actually an eye for an eye. I told you the truth because I wanted to tell you that if you can accept it, I'll make friends with you. If you can't accept it, we'll fight. Qin Feiyang said. Little cousin, you've already done your best. Based on his character, you dared to harm his ancestor. Even if you didn't participate, with your relationship with the giant python, he would still kill you. Lu Zheng snorted coldly. The fire python glanced at the two, its expression uncertain. Lu Zheng became vigilant and said in a deep voice, I believe that you are also a reasonable person. Don't make the wrong choice, no need to say any more, let it think for itself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Lu Zheng nodded. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became solemn. After a long time, a cold light flashed in the fire python's eyes. It raised its huge tail like lightning and slapped toward Qin Feiyang. You're courting death. Lu Zheng's eyes turned cold. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shook off Lu Zheng. Immediately after, the battle formula was activated. Boom! The giant tail slapped Qin Feiyang, and he immediately smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Little cousin. You beast, we've already given you enough face. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Zheng roared in shock and anger. However, the fire python turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Feiyang below. Qin Feiyang slowly got up, blood flowing all over his body, and looked up at the fire python. The fire python said angrily, why didn't you fight back? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, because I found that you didn't use your full strength. The fire python fell silent. Didn't use my full strength? Lu Zheng was stunned, flew to Qin Feiyang's side, and asked with concern, are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, but he kept coughing up blood. You call this fine? Lu Zheng glared at him, looked up at the fire python, and was about to speak. Forget it. The cycle of karma, an eye for an eye. The grudge between us is written off. But you have to promise me that you'll help me kill that damn fire dragon. The fire python looked down at Qin Feiyang and said with murderous intent. Ah! Lu Zheng was stunned. It's a deal. Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire python's expression also eased a lot. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a little unpleasant, it was a blessing in disguise and gained the fire python's trust. The fire python guarded the passage and was a war god. It would definitely be helpful to them in the future. Lu Zheng looked at the scene in front of him. The fire dragon had already disappeared, and there was only dead silence around the stone gate. He said, little cousin, are we going to find the ancient world now, or are we going straight to the second level? Ancient world, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked at the fire python and asked, what do you think? Let's not talk about whether we can find the ancient world. With your cultivation, you can't go out now. I think we should go to the second floor first and help me find the beast god. When the beast god finds out the truth, he will definitely abolish the fire dragon's position as the guardian. At that time, it is very likely that I will take over. If I really take over the position of the guardian, then I will be able to sense the location of the ancient world. At that time, won't it be easy for you to enter the ancient world? The fire python said. That makes sense. Lu Zheng immediately perked up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, little cousin, even if we are lucky and can find the ancient world, it will waste a lot of time. It's better to do as the fire python said. Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. What about Yan Wei and Wang Zicheng? When the fire python becomes the guardian, won't it be easier to find them? Lu Zheng said with a smile. Qin Feiyang hesitated. Time is of the essence. We'd better go now. Because once I die, the fire dragon will definitely bring other divine beasts from the second floor to guard the passage here. The fire python said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, we'll do as you say. We'll go to the second floor now, but before that, there's one more thing we need to do. What is it? The fire python and Lu Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang did not answer and scanned the ground below. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on a stone that was more than 100 feet in size in the distance. That's it. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, and with a flash, he landed on the stone. What is he going to do? Lu Zheng and the fire python looked at him from afar, their faces full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang glanced at the boulder and suddenly waved his hand. With a rumbling sound, the boulder was split into 4. Then he waved his arm, and a wisp of pseudo-god power emerged and wrote 4 words on the 4 stones. No trespassing. After writing, Qin Feiyang took the 4 stones and returned to Lu Zheng and the fire python. No trespassing. What do you mean? Lu Zheng glanced at the 4 stones and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Chapter 1682. Why? Lu Zheng was puzzled. Of course, it's to warn Yan Wei and Wang Zicheng. They all recognize my handwriting. Once they see the words on these 4 stones, they won't go near the passage. And the fire python just said that the fire dragon will let other divine beasts guard the passage. What do you think will happen if Yan Wei and the others break in? Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Lu Zheng nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Zheng and the 4 stones out. Lu Zheng also immediately took the 4 stones and flew away. The fire python retracted its gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. It sighed. You really are far-sighted. If it were me, I would never have thought of this. Some things have to be long-term. After all, everyone follows me because they trust me. I can't put them in danger. Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire python looked at him deeply and fell silent. Soon, Lu Zheng returned. Qin Feiyang also immediately controlled the Black Tortoise Realm and rushed through the stone door. Not long after the Black Tortoise Realm entered the stone door, the fire dragon appeared again with a ferocious beast with a griffin's head. This was a griffin with 2 black wings on its back. Its body was more than 10 meters long and its power was extremely terrifying. You will guard this place now. Anyone who breaks in will be killed without mercy. The fire dragon looked at the griffin and said. Yes. The griffin responded respectfully and sank into the ground below, disappearing without a trace. Humph. Qin Feiyang, do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have the Black Tortoise Realm? When the beast god finishes studying Chang Shui, it will be your end. The fire dragon smiled coldly and disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. Back to Qin Feiyang. As soon as the Black Tortoise world entered the stone door, the image in the void fell into darkness. But not long after, a ray of light appeared. Very soon, they entered a space of nothingness. The space was about 10,000 feet wide and was shrouded in white mist. In the middle of the void, there were 3 tall stone doors. Each of the 3 stone doors was dozens of feet tall. They were like 3 majestic mountains, emitting a majestic aura. Lu Zheng scanned the 3 stone doors and said, it seems that this should be the vacuum zone that the mysterious madam mentioned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious madam had said that there was a vacuum between the first and second levels. In the vacuum, there was a stone door that led to the outside world. Lu Zheng looked at the fire python beside him and asked, which of these 3 stone doors leads to the exit of the divine sight? The middle door leads to the outside world. The stone door on the right leads to the second level. As for the stone door on the left, it leads back to the first level. However, only I can return. For outsiders like you, once you enter the stone door to return to the first level, you will immediately be killed by the rule force. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang asked, can the people on the second level enter here? Of course. Whether it's the people on the first or second level, if they want to leave the divine sight, they have to come here. I heard from my father that when your ancestor came here, he tried to enter the first level, but he was intercepted by the rule force. The fire python said. I know about this. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. His ancestor seemed to want to break into the first level for a woman. It seemed that his ancestor was also a sentimental person. Lu Zheng said, I remember that the mysterious madam seemed to have said that you need the flame of heavenly thunder to open this passage. Is the flame of heavenly thunder still there? Yes. Although everything on my body was shattered along with my physical body in the hall, when the Heart of Origin helped me reconstruct my physical body, these things were also reconstructed. Including the armor. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's good. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. If these flame of heavenly thunder didn't disappear, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. The fire python glanced at Lu Zheng and shook its head. You're worrying too much. What do you mean? Lu Zheng was taken aback and looked at it suspiciously. The fire python said, the 10 flame of heavenly thunder that opened the entrance will not disappear. Not disappear? Lu Zheng was stunned. Yes. Even if they are shattered, they will be reborn without anyone's help. The fire python said. So magical. Lu Zheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang was also very surprised. How can the things created by the Creator not be magical? The fire python smiled and said, let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded, controlled the black tortoise realm, and silently rushed through the stone door on the right. The image in the void fell into a state of darkness again. About 10 breaths passed. A dot of light appeared in the image. As the black tortoise realm continued to move forward, the dot of light became brighter and brighter. 5 or 6 breaths later. Finally, a vast expanse of mountains and rivers appeared in the image. The mountain ranges were like giant dragons lying on the ground. The giant peaks were more than 10,000 feet tall, like battle swords, towering into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. The ancient trees with luxuriant branches and leaves towered into the sky. The thick vines were like entwined dragons, incomparably vigorous. The rivers were like giant pythons, winding between the mountains, extending to the end of the earth. This place was completely different from the first level. The first level. Not a single blade of grass grew, without any life. But here, the vegetation was lush, and spring was abundant. And there was only one sun in the sky. Similarly, this was also a place full of danger. In the mountains, ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. High in the sky, ferocious birds soared. Just 1,000 miles away from the Black Tortoise realm, there were 2 ferocious beasts fighting desperately. The 2 ferocious beasts both had the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, with wings on their backs. Their bodies were more than 10 meters long, and their ferocious auras were monstrous. And right below the Black Tortoise realm, there was an ancient square. The square was about 1,000 feet wide, paved with a layer of black stones, and mottled with ancient ruins. In the center, there was an ancient stone door standing tall. The fire python said, that stone door is the passage to the vacuum zone. Qin Feiyang nodded, and looked again at the 2 ferocious beasts fighting in the sky. Although there was a distance of 1,000 miles, after breaking through to the false god realm, his eyesight had reached an unprecedented level, and he could see everything clearly. Eagle head and lion body, isn't that a griffin? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The griffin was an extremely ferocious beast. Any prey that was targeted by them would end up in a miserable state. Because they would not directly kill their prey, they would seriously injure their prey, and then tear off the flesh of their prey bit by bit, eating them alive. Yes. It's a griffin. And both of them are at the early stage of the god of war. But I remember that there is a griffin at the early stage of the griffin realm here. It is the emperor of all griffins. Why doesn't it do anything and just let the 2 griffins fight? The fire python was suspicious. Lu Zheng said, let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and quietly approached the battlefield. But before he got close, he found a familiar beast on the top of a mountain. It was the fire dragon. The fire dragon lay on the top of the mountain, raised its head, and looked at the 2 fighting griffins, its eyes full of ridicule. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I just came to the 2nd level and I met it. Lu Zheng snorted, his eyes full of killing intent. Just wait and see, it won't be proud for long. The fire python sneered. The two men and one beast looked at the battlefield again. The fierce battle between the two griffins had reached its climax. That's not right. Although these griffins are ferocious by nature, they are usually very united. What's going on? The fire python was suspicious. Suddenly, one of the griffins shouted, "Admit defeat. The new king must be me. You should be the one who admits defeat." The other griffin also roared, its voice like a bell, resounding through the sky. The new king. Don't they have a king? Why are they still fighting? Could it be that the griffin at the lower maturity stage has died? The fire python was more and more confused. Wait. Suddenly, the fire python looked at the fire dragon, then at the two griffins, and its eyes suddenly trembled. What did you think? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at it and asked. If I'm not wrong, the original king of the griffins should have been taken to the first level by the fire dragon to guard the passage. That's why these two griffins are fighting here for the position of king. However, they must be fighting here because of the fire dragon's order. The fire python said. The fire dragon's order? Lu Zheng was stunned. Yes. The griffins are very united. Generally, the succession of the position of king of beasts is designated by the previous king. In other words, the griffins will never fight for the position of king of beasts. Coupled with the fact that the fire dragon is squatting here and watching the show, I conclude that it must be the one who ordered the two griffins to fight here. The winner will become the new king of beasts, and the loser will die. The fire python said. This bastard, although the griffins are ferocious beasts, they also have dignity. How can it play with others like this? Lu Zheng looked at the fire dragon angrily, his eyes full of disgust. After so many years, it has been restored to the position of guardian. It must have found some fun to entertain itself and show off its power. Qin Feiyang said. The more I look at this bastard, the more I hate it. Fortunately, you had the foresight to leave a stone engraved with the words "No trespassing" on the first level. Otherwise, when your friends break in, with the ferocity of the griffins, none of them will survive. The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, where is the passage to the third level? We are now in the southwest direction, and the passage to the third level is due east. With my speed, it will take about 10 days, and you will naturally take longer to control the Black Tortoise realm. It will take about 30 to 40 days. The fire python said. The difference is that big? Lu Zheng was shocked. That's for sure. The speed of the Black Tortoise realm is determined by Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Qin Feiyang is only a pseudo-god now, and the speed of a pseudo-god is only in the Black Tortoise realm. Although there is only a difference of one level between a pseudo-god and a beginner god of war, the difference is 3 to 4 times. But now, I can't go to the Black Tortoise realm. Because once I leave the Black Tortoise realm, the fire dragon may know my whereabouts, and it will definitely think of ways to kill me. You saw it too. There are as many ferocious beasts as dogs on the second level. With its current status as a guardian, it will be easy for it to kill me. So, we can only control the Black Tortoise realm and secretly go to the passage to the third level. The fire python said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded. 30 to 40 days, that's 300 to 400 days in the castle. It should be enough for me to break through to the peak. Little cousin, you guys go ahead and send me to the castle. Lu Zheng said. Chapter 1683. The second floor of the miracle was a place full of danger, but it was also a place full of opportunities. In less than half an hour, Qin Feiyang saw no less than thousands of precious herbs on the way. And this was just a flash. If he went out to look carefully, he would undoubtedly find more. The fire python floated on the side, staring at the scene in the void. It didn't say a word, but its eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at it, smiling. Don't worry, the fire dragon will die sooner or later. The fire python said angrily, "This emperor really can't figure it out. Father is so good to it, how can it go against its conscience and do such a thing? Whether it's us humans or you beasts, there are always a lot of scum like this. Because you guard the passage all year round, you don't come into contact with many beasts, so it's hard for you to accept the fire dragon's actions. But for me, I'm already used to it." Qin Feiyang said. "Maybe." The fire python nodded. "Right." Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking suspiciously, "Your cousin said that 30 to 40 days outside is 300 to 400 days in the castle. What does that mean?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "It means that 1 day outside is 10 days in the castle." "What?" The fire python's body shook, its eyes full of shock. "Are you sure you're not joking?" "Do I look like I'm joking?" Qin Feiyang said. The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang seriously and shook its head. "No, but this is too unbelievable. Where did your castle come from? It actually has a time array. You also know about time arrays?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. According to my father, some peerless figures have the ability to set up a kind of array. This kind of array can change time," the fire python said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Does the creator of the miracle have this ability?" "What do you think?" The fire python smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even places like the Black Tortoise World and Divine Ruins could be created, so what was a mere time array to the creator? The fire python said, "You still haven't told me where you got this ancient castle." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This is a gift from an elder of mine." "An elder gave it to you? Could it be your ancestor?" The fire python was shocked. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "No." The fire python was stunned. The way it saw it, only Qin Feiyang's ancestor possessed that ability. However, he didn't expect it to be someone else. Then, was this person like Qin Badian, a peerless figure who had lived through the ages? This kid is not simple. In the blink of an eye. 2 months passed. The first level. East of the water source. That morning, when the 10 suns had just risen, a group of people rushed over from afar. The fake god was a short, wretched-looking middle-aged man with a wretched appearance. Behind him, there were about 200 to 300 people, men and women, old and young. However, without exception, they all had the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. Most of them had even reached the peak realm. Wait! Suddenly, in the crowd, a 9-star combat emperor at the peak realm trembled slightly and stopped, sweeping his gaze across the water source in front of him. "What's wrong?" Everyone was surprised and alert. That person said, "Look at the ground in front, there are actually shrubs and weeds." Everyone focused their gaze and found that there were indeed some. In Divine Ruins, only the water source will have vegetation. It seems that there should be a water source in front. The leader said. "The water source. Hurry, let's go over quickly. There are a lot of divine items and herbs in the water source." The group of people immediately became excited and rushed towards the source of the water. Although Qin Feiyang had destroyed the water source, he did not destroy the Kuei water essence and so on hidden underground. So, over the past 2 months, the place had recovered a lot of vitality. Looking at the group of people rushing to the water source, the middle-aged man in the lead had a cold glint in his eyes. But soon, he covered it up and chased after the group of people. Soon, the group of people came to the edge of the water source and scanned the land full of vitality in front of them, their eyes full of surprise. The leader stepped into the water source and the temperature immediately cooled down. He turned to look at the group of people and said with a smile, "It is indeed the water source. Heard of it?" The others also entered the water source. But, the man in the lead gradually frowned again. "But what?" Everyone was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "Didn't you notice that this water source is different from the ones we encountered before?" The leader said. "Different?" Everyone was suspicious. The man in the lead bent down and grabbed a strand of grass. He pulled it up by the roots and said, "Look, this strand of grass is obviously new." "It's true." Everyone looked at the weed in the man's hand and said in surprise, "Look at the other weeds and shrubs on the ground, they have also just grown. In addition, didn't you notice that there is not even a big tree as thick as an arm in this water source? They are all small saplings. Isn't that strange?" The man in the lead glanced at the water source with his brows tightly knitted together. "It is indeed a little strange." Hearing this, the others looked at the water source with a puzzled expression. "Actually, it is very easy to explain." The leader suddenly smiled and said indifferently, "What?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. From the growth of these plants, it can be seen that a terrifying battle took place here 2 or 3 months ago. The battle destroyed the original water source. The leader said. "Makes sense." Everyone nodded. But who exactly was the one fighting here? The leader frowned and looked up at the depths of the water source. He suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. There was a black stone door floating. The leader was shocked and hurriedly said, "Open it quickly, there is a stone door there." Everyone looked up and their eyes trembled. Someone immediately said, "Could that be the passage to the second level of the miracle?" "No." Someone shook his head and was very sure. "Why do you say that?" Everyone looked at that person in confusion. Before leaving, the imperial preceptor and Emperor Hung told us that the passage to the second level is located on a palm-shaped giant peak in the southwest direction. Although our current position is not bad, we do not see that giant peak. From this, it can be seen that it is not a passage. That person said. "If it is not a passage, then what is it?" Everyone was puzzled. That person pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let's take a closer look." "All right." Everyone nodded. A group of people immediately rushed towards the stone door. "Stop!" However, the man in the lead suddenly shouted. Everyone stopped and turned to look at the man suspiciously. The leader looked at the stone door and said in a deep voice, "This place is quite strange, it is better to be careful." "How is it strange? Why didn't we notice it?" Everyone looked at each other. Sixth sense. The leader scanned the depths of the water source and said in a deep voice, "Since entering this water source, I have a bad premonition in my heart." "It can't be. We don't have it. You must be thinking too much." Everyone laughed. Thinking too much? The man in the lead secretly sneered. Suddenly, he found a huge rock at the edge of the left side 100 miles away. On the huge rock, there seemed to be a few words engraved. Whoosh! A trace of suspicion crawled in his eyes, turned into a stream of light, and rushed to the front of the huge rock. The words, "Do not enter," immediately entered his eyes. Seeing this, the 200 to 300 people also followed. When they saw the words on the huge rock, their pupils could not help but shrink. Was this water source really that dangerous? "Do not enter," the leader murmured and looked at the depths of the water source again. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, retracted his gaze, and looked at the words on the huge rock again. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This handwriting, it was exactly the same as the young master's handwriting. Why would the young master's handwriting appear here? Could it be that the young master left this behind? The leader murmured in his heart, extremely surprised and doubtful. To be able to see Qin Feiyang's handwriting and call Qin Feiyang young master, the identity of this person was naturally revealed. It was Yen Wei. "Do not enter." What does the young master mean by leaving these words? Yen Wei's mind was full of doubts. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so strange?" One of the 9-star combat emperors walked to Yen Wei's side and asked suspiciously. Nothing. Yen Wei waved his hand, adjusted his mentality, and looked up at the stone door in the sky again. Stone door, do not enter, the thoughts in his mind were running at high speed. Suddenly, An imperceptible smile flashed across his eyes. So that was it. The stone door must be the passage to the second level. The young master must have also entered the second level. The young master must have left these words to remind the people around him that there was danger ahead and not to approach. Yan Wei's eyes flashed, looked at the crowd, and said with a smile, I can already be sure that the stone door is not the passage to the second level, I think it is a divine item. Divine item. Everyone looked at the stone door. An old man said suspiciously, since it is a divine weapon, it should have divine power, but this old man did not sense the slightest bit of divine power. Some divine weapons look simple and unadorned, but no one knows that they are extremely heaven-defying divine weapons. This stone door, I think it should be that type of divine weapon. Yan Wei said with a smile. Hearing you say that, everyone pondered. For the sake of fairness, whoever gets it first will get it. Yan Wei shouted. He didn't give these people any time to think. After he finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards the stone door. Seeing this, the others were afraid that the stone door would fall into Yan Wei's hands, and one after another, they used their auxiliary battle arts and rushed towards the stone door. Yan Wei was only a 6-star combat emperor, and the rest were 9-star combat emperors at the very least. In the blink of an eye, they surpassed Yan Wei and left Yan Wei far behind. To this, Yan Wei's face was full of anger, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a sneer that was not noticed by others. P.S. There are still 3 chapters today, but the remaining 2 chapters will be later, around 11 o'clock. Those who can't wait can wait until tomorrow morning to read them. Chapter 1684. Yan Wei slowed down. The people in front rushed towards the stone gate like crazy, not noticing Yan Wei's abnormality at all. Even if they did, they wouldn't think much about it. Because they would only think that Yan Wei knew that he couldn't compete with them and gave up on snatching the stone gate. Soon, a group of people rushed to the bottom of the stone gate. But the stone gate was high up in the sky. The first level of the miracle had rules and restrictions, so it was impossible to fly. How to go up became a difficult task. Just as the group of people was racking their brains to think of a way. Suddenly, roar! An ear-deafening roar exploded. The group of people was so shocked that their blood was surging and they turned pale with fright. Following closely, the griffin, which had been hiding underground, leaped out. Its divine might was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. It's a divine beast. The group of people changed their expressions on the spot and hurriedly fled in all directions. However, with their speed, how could they escape from the claws of the griffin? One had to know. This griffin had the cultivation of the warlord level, which was even more terrifying than the fire python. The divine power enveloped heaven and earth. The group of people was immediately imprisoned. You ants, how dare you intrude into this emperor's territory and disturb this emperor's cultivation? The griffin snickered. Lord Divine Beast, please spare our lives. We didn't mean to break in. We'll leave immediately. The group of people begged again and again. It's too late. The griffin laughed sinisterly, its body expanded with the wind, and in an instant, a giant beast of 100 feet appeared out of thin air. Lord, please, let us go. No, no. In the endless screams and despair, the griffin opened its wide mouth, and the group of people poured into the griffin's mouth like delicious cakes. In just a moment, 200 or 300 people were swallowed alive by the griffin, and no one was left alive. The griffin licked its lips as if it hadn't had enough. It glanced around and then went back underground. Its aura also disappeared. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have thought that there was a terrifying divine beast lurking here. And Yan Wei, when the griffin appeared, had already restrained his aura and was lying in a ditch overgrown with weeds, not daring to even breathe loudly. It was too terrifying. There was actually such a ferocious divine beast hidden here. No wonder the young master would leave behind those words. In his heart, he rejoiced. If it weren't for the young master's reminder, he would have become the griffin's food. He raised his head and looked at the stone door, then quietly left the water source. He climbed up a mountain peak that was more than 1,000 feet high and looked at the water source from afar. The fear in his heart did not dissipate for a long time. Another month passed. This month, he had been cultivating on the mountain peak. That afternoon, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the northwest. He saw a group of people heading towards the water source. There were about 70 to 80 people. Who could it be? Yan Wei muttered to himself as he leaped down from the mountain peak and quietly sneaked over. Soon, he climbed up a mountain ridge and looked up. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. That group of people were all wearing the Pill Tower's uniform. Obviously, they were from the Pill Tower. Their cultivations were basically at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. The person in the lead was a man with an outstanding temperament. It was Gongsun Bei. But among the crowd, there were two young people who were particularly eye-catching. What was eye-catching was their cultivation. 4-star combat emperor. It could be said that they were very weak. One of them was bare-chested and wore a pair of large underpants. His feet were bare and his body was burly like a small giant. He exuded a valiant aura. The other person was thin and slightly tanned. There was a trace of cynicism on his face. Yan Wei recognized these two people. It was also these two people that made him feel surprised. Because these two people were the Big Bull and Wang Zicheng. These two guys actually didn't meet up with the young master. Yan Wei muttered as he got up and ran towards the group of people. The Pill Tower's people also quickly discovered Yan Wei. They all had strange expressions. An old man said, "Palace Master, look, isn't that the Imperial Tutor's trusted aide?" Gongsun Bei looked at Yan Wei and nodded. "It's him. I saw him last time when he came to the main pagoda with the Imperial Tutor." After saying that, Gongsun Bei led people to welcome them. After meeting up, Yan Wei cupped his hands and smiled. "Greetings, Palace Master Gongsun. You don't have to be so polite." Gongsun Bei waved his hand and smiled. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you alone? Where are the others from the Great Qin Empire?" "I don't know either. I didn't meet anyone along the way." Yan Wei shook his head. Someone laughed. "Then you're really unlucky. Isn't that so? I'm a 6-star combat emperor. It's really heaven's mercy for me to be able to come here." Yan Wei sighed. Gongsun Bei said, "You're too humble. As the Imperial Tutor's trusted aide, how can you not have some tricks up your sleeve?" I'm ashamed. Yan Wei shook his head. Gongsun Bei smiled and raised his head to look at the water source. "That should be the water source, right?" "Yes." Yan Wei nodded. The water source. The eyes of the people of the Pill Tower lit up. Yan Wei's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Gongsun. What's the matter?" Gongsun Bei was stunned and looked at Yan Wei suspiciously. Yan Wei said, "Do you still remember our alliance?" "Alliance," Gongsun Bei murmured. The Imperial Tutor and the Pill Tower had secretly formed an alliance before entering the Divine Ruin to deal with the Mu clan and Qin Feiyang. Palace Master Gongsun was also present when the alliance was formed. "You can't have forgotten it so quickly." Yan Wei smiled. "I didn't forget." Gongsun Bei shook his head. "That's good. Palace Master, you see, I'm all alone now. Shouldn't you take me with you for the sake of the alliance?" Yan Wei said. Gongsun Bei frowned and nodded with a smile. "Of course. Thank you, Palace Master." Yan Wei quickly thanked him. "You're welcome." Gongsun Bei smiled, but it was a forced smile. It was obvious that he didn't like Yan Wei very much. To be precise, he didn't like the Imperial Tutor. Yan Wei's current identity was the Imperial Tutor's confidant, so he was a little disgusted. However, he couldn't ignore it because of the overall situation. An old man looked at the water source and urged, "Palace Master, let's go to the water source and take a look. Maybe we can find some divine items." Divine items? Yan Wei was stunned and asked calmly, "Have you found any divine items?" "Yes. Half a year ago, we found a divine item in a water source," the old man said proudly. Yan Wei smiled and said, "That's really worth celebrating. What about you?" the old man asked. "Me?" Yan Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm already satisfied to be able to live until now. Why talk about divine items?" "That's true." The old man nodded. Gong Sunbei waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Let's go." The group immediately walked toward the water source. A moment later, everyone entered the water source. Under Yan Wei's deliberate reminder, Gong Sunbei and the others also found the stone door. Their reaction was the same as the people in the main tower. Gong Sunbei retracted his gaze and looked at Yan Wei, asking, "How long have you been in the water source?" 5 or 6 days. Yan Wei said. Gong Sunbei said, "Have you been in there?" "Yes." Yan Wei nodded. "Did you find anything? Such as beasts?" Gong Sunbei asked. "No. I've searched this water source. Before you came, I was the only one here." Yan Wei smiled. "Then do you know what that stone door is?" Gong Sunbei asked. Yan Wei said, "According to my observation, the stone door should be a divine item." "Divine item? Since it's a divine item, why don't you get it?" Gong Sunbei frowned and had a suspicious attitude. "Temple Master, don't you know that we can't fly on this level? Look at that stone door. It's 10,000 zhang high up in the sky. Even if I have the cultivation of a combat emperor, I can't jump up." Yan Wei smiled bitterly. "I see." Gong Sunbei murmured and looked up at the stone door, saying, "This is indeed a problem." The old man next to him said, "Temple Master, since the water source is not dangerous, why don't we go over first and think of a solution?" "Okay." Gong Sunbei nodded. The group of people immediately moved and walked towards the stone door. Yan Wei's eyes flashed. He suddenly patted his head and looked at Gong Sunbei, saying, "Temple Master, the imperial tutor left a message before he left. He asked me to pass it to you if I meet you in the divine ruin." Gong Sunbei stopped and turned to look at Yan Wei, asking suspiciously, "What message?" Yan Wei glanced at the others and said, "This is not a small matter. Let's talk in private." Gong Sunbei frowned and said unhappily, "We're all on the same side." "What are you afraid of?" Yan Wei said, "This is the imperial tutor's message. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time." The old man next to him smiled and said, "Temple Master, since it's the imperial tutor's message, it must be very important. Go with him. We'll go to the stone door first." Gong Sunbei glanced at the old man and nodded, saying, "Okay, be careful. Don't act rashly." "Yes." The old man nodded. Yan Wei looked at Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull, saying, "You two come with me." "Us?" Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull were stunned. "Yes." Yan Wei nodded. The two looked at Gong Sunbei. Gong Sunbei looked deeply at Yan Wei and said to Wang Zicheng and Barbarian Bull, "Let's go together." "Yes." The two replied respectfully. A smile flashed across Yan Wei's face as he said, "The three of you, follow me." After saying that, Yan Wei walked towards a huge rock in the distance. Gong Sunbei and the other two followed behind him. Wang Zicheng looked at Yan Wei's back and said, "Barbarian Bull, don't you think this guy is a little strange?" "Strange?" Barbarian Bull was stunned and said suspiciously, "I don't think so. Silly big guy. Think about it, if he really has something, he can just look for Gong Sunbei. Why would he look for the two of us? We're not big shots." Wang Zicheng thought. "Now that you mention it, it's really a little strange. Barbarian Bull muttered. That's why we have to be careful. The people of Great Qin are like the people around the imperial tutor. We can't trust them easily. Wang Zicheng said. Got it. Barbarian Bull secretly replied. Soon. The three of them followed Yen Wei to the side of the huge rock. As for the old man and the others, they had already arrived at the bottom of the stone door. Chapter 1685. Gong Sunbei glanced at the boulder, then looked at Yen Wei. What is it? Speak. Gong Sunbei and Wang Zicheng did not see the 4 words on the side of the boulder. Yen Wei pointed at the bottom of the stone door and smiled. Look over there. Gong Sunbei and the other 2 looked up, their eyes full of suspicion. But suddenly. Roar. With a loud roar, the griffin appeared again. The old man and the others immediately turned pale and fled in panic. But in the end, none of them escaped. They were all swallowed alive by the griffin. The bloody scene was unbearable to watch. What's going on? Gong Sunbei and the other 2 were shocked. Oh no, we've been tricked. Murderous intent surged in their eyes as they looked at Yen Wei. But at the same time, Gong Sunbei suddenly felt a chill on his back and a heart-wrenching pain came from his lower abdomen. He lowered his head and looked at his abdomen. He saw the tip of a sword on his abdomen. The tip of the sword was still dripping blood. What are you doing? Wang Zicheng was furious. Yen Wei shouted, the griffin is still there. If you don't want to die, hide your aura. With that, he pressed Gong Sunbei's head and made them both lie on the ground. Wang Zicheng and the other man quivered, and immediately retracted their auras to the extreme, and went along with the flow to lie down. The griffin had killed everyone. A ferocious look flashed in its eyes and it went back into hiding. After a few moments, Yen Wei let go of Gong Sunbei and pulled out his sword. You bastard, you said you were in an alliance, but you were plotting against us behind our backs? Tell me, did the Grand Tutor order you to do this? Gong Sunbei covered his bleeding lower abdomen and stared at Yen Wei gloomily. If you don't tell us the truth, we will tear you apart. Wang Zicheng and the bull also looked at Yen Wei with murderous intent. Yen Wei got up and looked at the 3 with a smile. I did it for your own good. Otherwise, you would have died in the griffin's mouth. Should I be grateful to you? Gong Sunbei laughed in anger. Yeah. Are you sure you should be grateful to me? Wait, be sure. You should thank the young master. If it wasn't for the fact that the young master thought highly of you, I would have plotted against you as well. Yen Wei said. Young master. Gong Sunbei was stunned. Yen Wei turned around and walked to the front of the boulder. He said indifferently, take a look. When the 3 of them arrived in front of the boulder, the words, do not enter, immediately entered their line of sight. What does that mean? Gong Sunbei raised his eyebrows. These words were left behind by the young master. It means that there's danger inside and we can't get close. Yen Wei said. Gong Sunbei frowned. Isn't your master the master of the fake divine kingdom? Who is this young master you speak of? You all know each other. Yen Wei smiled. You know him. Gong Sunbei and the other 2 exchanged glances. Yes. Yen Wei nodded and looked at Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng, saying, the reason why I called you 2 along is also because of the young master. Don't keep us in suspense. Who exactly is your young master? Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows. You Qinghai's 10 heroes are all extremely smart. How come you still can't guess? Yen Wei shook his head helplessly and said, listen carefully. The young master I speak of is Qin Feiyang. What? Qin Feiyang is your young master? The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Yes, my real name is Yen Wei. Under the orders of the young master, I'm lurking around the Grand Tutor. Yen Wei said. You're Yen Wei. The 3 of them widened their eyes again. Whether it was Gong Sun Bei or Wang Zicheng, they all knew of Yan Wei's existence. Because back on the Forgotten Continent, Yan Wei's name had already spread far and wide along with Qin Feiyang. It could be said that everyone on the Forgotten Continent knew that there was someone called Yan Wei by Qin Feiyang's side. Moreover, Gong Sun Bei and the other two had seen him more than once. However, they didn't expect that this person was actually Yan Wei. They also didn't expect that Yan Wei had changed his appearance and lurked around the Grand Tutor. So it's one of us. Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull looked at each other with bitter smiles in their eyes. This guy's acting was too good. Even they didn't see any clues. Gong Sun Bei came back to his senses and said with a frown, "So you're following Qin Feiyang's orders to trap us here?" No. I haven't seen the young master since entering the Divine Ruin. It was my idea to trap and kill the people from your main tower. I believe that the young master would approve of my actions. Moreover, it wasn't just the people from your main tower. Many people from Great Qin were also killed. Yan Wei said. Then where is Qin Feiyang now? And that stone door, is it a divine artifact or not? Gong Sun Bei asked in a deep voice. According to my guess, the young master has already entered the second level, and that stone door isn't a divine artifact but a passage to the second level. Yan Wei said. The young master has already entered the second level? Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian were surprised. Gong Sun Bei glanced at the stone door and said, "Then why did you tell us that the stone door is a divine artifact?" Not only you, but I also said the same to the people from Great Qin. Because doing so can eliminate your worries. Our various factions have done their homework before entering the Divine Ruin. For example, what's inside the Divine Ruin? For example, where is the passage to the second level, and what are the signs? We've already known all of this in advance. We also know that there are divine beasts guarding the passage. So, this is why I said that it's a divine artifact even though I know it's a passage. Yan Wei said. I understand now. If there are divine beasts guarding the passage, no one will dare to approach it easily. On the other hand, by saying that it's a divine artifact, on the one hand, everyone will lower their guard. On the other hand, hearing that it's a divine artifact, no matter who it is, will make them greedy. Once greed arises, they will lose their ability to judge and even their rationality. Wang Zicheng said in realization. That's right. Yan Wei nodded. Wang Zicheng shook his head and said, You're smart and meticulous. As expected of the young master's most valued person. You flatter me. The Azure Sea's 10 heroes aren't bad either. Yan Wei smiled. Young master. However, Gong Sun Bei suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, Why do you also call him young master Qin Feiyang? Because I'm also one of Qin Feiyang's people. Yan Wei is a spy that the young master placed beside the Grand Preceptor, and I'm a spy that the young master placed in your main tower. Wang Zicheng said. What? Gong Sun Bei's eyes trembled as he looked at Barbarian Bull. The same goes for me. Barbarian Bull grinned. You, Gong Sun Bei gritted his teeth. Don't look at us like that. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. The Azure Sea's 10 heroes are all favored by God. Who in the world can make us work for? Only Qin Feiyang. Wang Zicheng said. That's right. Qin Feiyang is better than the chief in all aspects. For example, as a person. You should know better than us what kind of person the head tower master is. He's a typical hypocrite. Only an idiot like you would be so loyal to him. Barbarian Bull snorted. Gong Sun Bei fell silent. Although he was unhappy with Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng's betrayal, what they said was the truth. When did you follow Qin Feiyang? Are Viper and Dan Wangkai also with Qin Feiyang? Gong Sun Bei asked. Yes. Viper and Dan Wangkai left with the young master early in the morning. As for when you followed him, do you still remember when the young master accompanied young master Hao and Wang Yu, to Azure Sea? Wang Zicheng said. Gong Sun-bei said in a deep voice, so you were already following him at that time? Yes. To be honest, we were reluctant at that time. But later, we slowly found that following him was a good choice. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. I have to admit that your young master is really terrifying. Great Qin and the Chief Tower are all under his control. Gong Sun-bei shook his head inside. Suddenly, he said in surprise, wait, does the Mu family have his eyes? The Mu family doesn't. But I think the Mu family can no longer threaten the young master. Gong Sun-bei, we know that the young master values you very much. I believe you also know the young master's character. Why are you so stubborn? What is it about the Chief Tower that makes you so loyal to him? Yan Wei said with a frown. Gong Sun-bei was silent for a moment before saying, I'm not loyal to the Chief Tower. I'm loyal to the Chief Tower, the Forgotten Continent, and the millions of people. I see. I'm starting to admire you. I finally understand why the young master likes you so much. There aren't many people like you left in the world who take it upon themselves to protect the people of the world. Yan Wei said. Protect the people of the world? Gong Sun-bei said with a self-deprecating smile, I have this thought, but I don't have the ability. That's because you don't have a good stage. You haven't met someone who understands and supports you. If you follow the young master, I can guarantee that he will do his best to help you. Yan Wei said. Gong Sun-bei lowered his head and said nothing. Sigh. The Chief Tower is sinister and cunning. He's too selfish. The Forgotten Continent will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later. If you really want to protect the Forgotten Continent, you should know how to give up. Because if you follow the Chief Tower, you won't be able to stop all of this. You can only watch as the Forgotten Continent is destroyed in his hands. At that time, not only will you not be able to protect the people of the world, but you'll also be cursed by the future generations together with the Chief Tower. I know that you don't care about being cursed by the future generations, but do you feel good watching the Forgotten Continent being destroyed step by step? Wang Zicheng sighed. Gong Sun-bei's gaze trembled. Seeing that Gong Sun-bei was wavering, Yan Wei took advantage of the situation and said, if I were you, I would choose to control the Forgotten Continent myself. Although many people would curse you for being disloyal, as long as you have a clear conscience, wouldn't it be fine? Gong Sun-bei raised his head and looked at Yan Wei. Actually, your fate is similar to the young master's. You're thinking of ways to protect the Forgotten Continent, while the young master is doing his best to protect the Great Qin Empire. However, his way of doing things is completely different from yours. He would rather be cursed for the rest of his life to do what he should do and fulfill his responsibilities. For example, right now, the people of the Great Qin Empire all view him as an evil traitor. But does the young master care? He doesn't care. I asked the young master, and he told me that it doesn't matter what others say. It's fine as long as you have a clear conscience. Yan Wei said. A clear conscience, Gong Sun-bei muttered. Chapter 1686. There's hope. Yan Wei looked at Gong Sun-bei, his eyes full of expectation. If he could help the young master take Gong Sun-bei back, it would be considered a great merit. My conscience is clear, my conscience is clear. A moment later, Gong Sun-bei sighed deeply and looked at the three of them. What you said makes sense. I was foolish in the past. A smile appeared on the faces of the three. Okay. I'll betray the main tower. But you have to listen carefully. I'm not following Qin Feiyang. I'm cooperating with Qin Feiyang. Gong Sun-bei looked at the three of them. Of course. I believe the young master will not treat you as a servant. I wish us a happy cooperation. The three of them smiled. Happy cooperation. Gong Sun-bei nodded with a smile. Yan Wei smiled. Let's go and find a place to repair our Sea of Qi. Gong Sun-bei asked suspiciously, we're not going to enter the second floor. With that griffin guarding the entrance, can we go in? Yan Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then what should we do? Are we going to stay on the first floor forever? Gongsun Bei frowned. That's the only way now. Yan Wei sighed. Wang Zicheng shook his head. This is not a long-term solution. With the griffin guarding the passage, not only can we not enter the second floor, but we also can't leave the miracle. Yes. If we don't get rid of it, even if we can save our lives, we will be trapped here forever. Barbarian Bull said. I've thought about this. There's no need to worry. Yan Wei waved his hand. No need to worry. The three of them were stunned. Yes. Think about it. Since the young master left these words, he must believe that we are still alive. Yan Wei smiled. What does this mean? Barbarian Bull was puzzled. Stupid. This means that before the young master leaves the miracle, he will find a way to come to the first floor to save us. Yan Wei said. The three of them were overjoyed. Wait. Don't celebrate too early. However, Wang Zicheng suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, don't forget the rules of the divine ruins. Those who have broken through to the semi-divinity realm will not be able to enter the first floor. That's right. The fact that Qin Feiyang has entered the second floor means that he has already broken through to the semi-divinity realm. Gongsun Bei said in a deep voice. I didn't think of that. Yan Wei frowned. Gongsun Bei and Wang Zicheng also lowered their heads. They were silent and worried. Don't think too much. I believe that the young master will definitely not abandon us. Besides, young master is someone who specializes in creating miracles. Who knows, he might be able to create a miracle this time. Besides, everything is an accident. What if something happens to the griffin or if it leaves this place? Won't we be able to find a way to enter the passage? Yan Wei smiled. That makes sense. The big barbarian bull nodded and said, then let's go and find a hidden place to squat. Wait. There's one more thing to do. Wang Zicheng chuckled. What is it? Yan Wei and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Destroy the words on this boulder. Without the reminder of these 4 words, the people who come here later will definitely barge in. Wang Zicheng smiled. The big barbarian bull said disdainfully, what a cunning bastard, but I like it. You're not cunning. Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes and said, and I think that the young master should have left more than one boulder behind. What do you mean? The big barbarian bull was suspicious. It's very simple. The young master doesn't know which direction we will come from. So, he will leave at least 4 boulders behind, 1 in each direction. Wang Zicheng said. That makes sense. I'll stay here and guard Gongsun Bei. You two split up and destroy them all. Yan Wei said. Okay. Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng nodded and turned into streaks of light, searching along the edge of the water source. Yan Wei also took out a dagger and cut off the words on the boulder in front of him. You guys are really ruthless. I think that other than the few of us, no one who entered the first level of the miracle will be spared. Gongsun Bei said. That's the effect I want. Yan Wei smiled coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gongsun Bei looked at him deeply and didn't say anything else. He took out a spirit sea pill and put it in his mouth, silently healing his qi sea. Soon, Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull returned together. Wang Zicheng looked at Yan Wei and Gongsun Bei and said with a smile, as I expected, there are 4 boulders in total. Well done. Let's go. Yan Wei smiled and led Wang Zicheng and the other 2 to climb up to a nearby mountain peak silently. They stood at the edge of the cliff and scanned the water source. Standing here, they could clearly see the situation of the water source. By the way, Yan Wei turned to look at Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull and said, I just wanted to ask you guys a question. Are the black monkey and the others not with you? Hearing this question, Wang Zicheng and the big barbarian bull trembled slightly. Their hands unconsciously clenched and their eyes were faintly red. Gong Sunbei also lowered his head and didn't say anything. There was a touch of sadness between his eyebrows. Seeing this, Yan Wei's eyelids suddenly twitched and an uneasy premonition surged in his heart. Wang Zicheng murmured, "The black monkey, the dead face, the Shinny brothers, and the Ice Queen have always been with us. Always together. Why didn't I see them?" Yan Wei was suspicious. "Big barbarian bull," Wang Zicheng said. The big barbarian bull silently took out a white jade box from his qiankuan bag and handed it to Yan Wei, saying, "They are all inside." Yan Wei took the jade box and looked at the three in confusion. He opened the jade box and saw that it was half the size of a wash basin and full of white powder. "This is," Yan Wei was immediately surprised. Wang Zicheng sighed and said, "They're ashes." "What?" Yan Wei's body shook and he staggered and almost fell down. The jade box almost fell out of his hand. Looking at the ashes inside, Yan Wei couldn't calm down for a long time and murmured, "In other words, this is their ashes?" "Yes." Wang Zicheng nodded. "How could this be?" Yan Wei's eyes were hot and he roared, "How did they die?" "They died under the claws of Mu Tianyang. Half a year ago, we entered a water source and were ambushed by more than 100 people of the Mu family," Wang Zicheng said. "The Mu family?" "I remember that the Mu family's war kings were all eradicated by the young master and the chief pagoda. With their current strength, how could they dare to ambush you? Not to mention killing the black monkey and the others." Yan Wei was surprised. Their strength was indeed not that great. However, they discovered us in advance and poisoned the water. You also know how important water is to us in this divine site. When we saw water, we couldn't wait to run over. When we found out that the water was poisoned, it was already too late. And the poison they put in the water was not ordinary. It was the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Even the antidote pill couldn't cure it. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of hatred. "Damn it!" Yan Wei was furious. This was really bad news. He asked, "Then why didn't you die?" "Speaking of which, we were lucky. At that time, we hadn't met up with Gong Sunbei. When the Mu family's people were killing, Gong Sunbei happened to come and save us. But he was still one step too late. When Gong Sunbei came, the black monkey and the others had already been killed along with more than 39 Star War Kings." Wang Zicheng sighed. Yan Wei said, "Then how did you get rid of the poison in your body?" Wang Zicheng said, "Do you still remember the sacred water?" "Sacred water?" Yan Wei was stunned. He tried to recall for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "You mean the sacred water that can cure hundreds of poisons?" "Yes. Back when we were in Qinghai, we asked Viper for some sacred water, just in case we needed it," Wang Zicheng said. "Then why didn't you take the sacred water as soon as you found out that you were poisoned?" Yan Wei asked. "Because they were faster. The moment we were poisoned, they ran out and seized everyone's qiankuan bags. It was Gong Sunbei who came and killed them to take back the qiankuan bags," Wang Zicheng said. Yan Wei sighed. "It seems that if Gong Sunbei didn't come in time, you would have been wiped out." "Yes. It's all my fault. If I had been a little more vigilant, they wouldn't have died." Wang Zicheng's face was full of self-blame. Sigh. Yan Wei sighed and said, "This has nothing to do with you. This is their fate." "Yes. At least their ashes are still here. Their bodies won't be completely gone." The bull patted Wang Zicheng's shoulder and comforted him. But, Wang Zicheng looked at the two of them and said, "They're my friends. Although we didn't get along in the past, we've been like brothers and sisters ever since we followed the young master. Now that something like this has happened, how can I explain it to the young master?" All right. I can understand your feelings. The young master is not an unreasonable person. He won't blame you," Yan Wei said. The bull looked at Wang Zicheng and said, "If you say so, then I'm also at fault. I was too careless. You're a guy with all brawn and no brain. Isn't it normal for you to be careless? Wang Zicheng snorted. You. The barbarian bull was immediately enraged, but after thinking about it, he suppressed his anger and said, I won't bicker with you now. You should be more open-minded. Although the black monkey and the others are dead, the spirit empress hasn't appeared all this time. I think she should still be alive. I hope so. Wang Zicheng sighed and said. What they didn't know was that the spirit queen had been found by Qin Feiyang. Yan Wei pondered for a while and asked, Did you kill all the people who ambushed you? Yes. Not a single one was left alive. Wang Zicheng nodded. Even if you kill them all, you can't just let it go. I think there should be a lot of people from the Mu family on the first floor. They will come here sooner or later. You know what I mean, right? Yan Wei sneered. Of course. Chapter 1687. At the same time. On the second floor. Qin Feiyang had also been on the road for 3 consecutive months without rest. Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Fire Python didn't close his eyes for the past 3 months because he had to guide Qin Feiyang. Not tired. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although he had been traveling non-stop for 3 months, his face didn't show any signs of fatigue. Instead, he was hale and hearty. Because controlling the Black Tortoise world was different from controlling the ancient castle. Controlling the Black Tortoise world didn't require any external conditions. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. In the image, a majestic mountain range gradually appeared. The mountain range was thousands of miles long. The mountains were steep and the vegetation was dense. From afar, it looked like a giant dragon. It was filled with a mysterious aura. Roar. Mountain stream. The roar of beasts was endless. Terrifying auras filled every corner of the place. These auras were all from war gods. It's here. Fire Python's spirit was lifted. Qin Feiyang was taken aback as he scanned the mountain range. This mountain range is called Dragon Soul Mountain Range. There are no less than 100 war god level beasts here. It's the most terrifying place on the second floor. And the passage to the third floor is above the dragon head of the mountain range. Fire Python said. No less than 100. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This miracle was really more terrifying than the previous one. The Black Tortoise world silently cut through the sky and landed above the dragon head of the Dragon Soul Mountain Range. Below, there was an ancient square that was about 100 feet wide. And in the middle of the square, there was a blood-colored altar. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood-colored altar and said in surprise, Why is it a teleportation altar? Is there a problem with this? Fire Python didn't understand. As far as I know, usually, only when the distance is too far away will a teleportation altar be set up. Qin Feiyang said. This, I'm not too sure. The entire layout and distribution of the miracle is only known to the creator and beast god. Fire Python said. Even the guardians don't know? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The guardian's authority is limited to the first and second levels. The Fire Python nodded. In other words, if the fire dragon wants to go to the third level, he has to revive this altar? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. And according to Father, this is a one-way teleportation altar. The Fire Python said. One way? You mean that we can only go in and not come out? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Yes. If you want to come out, I'll need Lord Beast God's help. If Lord Beast God refuses to help, you will forever be trapped on the third level no matter how powerful you are. The Fire Python said. In that case, if the ancestor didn't die, then wouldn't he still be on the third level? Qin Feiyang mumbled. He turned to look at the Fire Python with a pleading expression and said, When you enter the third level later, can you help me find out the whereabouts of my ancestor? The Fire Python was in a difficult position. What is it? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. My father once said that even a guardian of a miracle can't run around the third level, let alone me. The fire python shook its head. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disappointment. Fine. This emperor will try his best. However, you shouldn't have too much hope. After all, when your ancestor entered the third level, he lost all his cultivation. In such a situation, it will be difficult for him to survive. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang went silent. He clenched his fists and a determined light appeared in his eyes. No matter what, I have to look for him. The fire python looked at him deeply and said, send this emperor down. Qin Feiyang controlled the black tortoise realm and landed beside the altar. Follow me out and revive the altar with me, lest the fire dragon comes and fails on the verge of success. The fire python said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed, he had to revive the altar quickly. Shwa. With a wave of his hand, a man and a beast immediately appeared beside the altar. Boom. The power of the false gods and the divine gods poured into the altar. With a buzz, the altar began to revive, releasing strands of blood-red divine light. The second level allowed flight. There were no other rules or restrictions. Other than the countless divine beasts, it was no different from the outside world. Just as Qin Feiyang and the fire python appeared, in a certain sea of fire, the fire dragon was lying in boiling magma with its eyes closed. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened its eyes, which were full of surprise. The altar was reviving? Who had the guts to do so? It closed its eyes again and expanded its perception to the Dragon's Soul mountain range. Why is it the fire python? Isn't it dead? When it saw Qin Feiyang and the fire python beside the altar, it opened its eyes again with disbelief. Bastard! How dare you deceive this emperor, this is unforgivable. The next moment, it realized that it had been tricked by Qin Feiyang. With a furious roar, it disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye. With Qin Feiyang and the fire python working together, the altar had fully revived. The fire python warned, this emperor is going in, be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python immediately shrank its body and rushed onto the altar. At this moment, boom! A terrifying divine aura descended. Qin Feiyang and the fire python looked up and saw the fire dragon descending from the sky. Its body was covered in flames, dyeing the sky and earth. Hurry, 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 the fire python roared in its heart, and its body quickly faded. The fire dragon glanced at Qin Feiyang, then stared at the fire python and shouted, why are you going to the third level? As it spoke, it swooped down and attacked the fire python with murderous intent. Don't even think about it. Qin Feiyang decisively took out the ancient castle, and the power of 3 false gods was released. The ancient castle released a destructive power that blasted towards the fire dragon. Scram! The fire dragon raised its huge tail and smashed it towards the ancient castle. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancient castle was blown away on the spot. Qin Feiyang also spat out blood from his mouth. Because it was too hasty, the ancient castle's power was not even used 1/10. The fire dragon continued to attack the fire python. Don't! Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Die! The fire dragon smiled sinisterly. Its huge tail shattered the void and smashed towards the fire python. But at the critical moment, the fire python's body completely faded and disappeared. Boom! The huge tail slammed on the altar. The entire Dragon's Soul mountain range shook violently. But the mountain range did not collapse. The altar was also intact. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. If he was a step later, the fire python would definitely be smashed into a meat patty by the fire dragon's huge tail. The fire dragon's eyes were gloomy. He turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang. He shouted with a stern voice, what is it doing in the third floor? Guess. Qin Feiyang laughed as he retreated. He was stalling for time. Because if the fire dragon also entered the third floor now, then with the speed of the fire dragon, he would definitely be able to catch up with the fire python and kill it. And with the strength of the fire dragon, if he wanted to enter the third floor, he would be powerless to stop him. So he could only stall for time. He would stall for as long as he could. The fire python is not dead. And this sovereign can't sense its existence. There is only one explanation for this: the fire python has been hiding in the black tortoise realm. In that case, the fire python has already known the truth of its father's death. Not good, it is going to inform. The fire dragon's body trembled violently and immediately turned around to revive the altar. What should I do? Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also became anxious. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shouted at the fire dragon, "I have a piece of evidence in my hands. When the small beast appears, you will definitely die." Evidence. The fire dragon was shocked, and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, and said angrily, "What evidence?" Qin Feiyang said, "Do you still remember the conversation between you and my cousin on the first floor?" The fire dragon frowned. "At that time, your conversation was all recorded by me with the image crystal. Tell me, if the small beast sees this video, what will happen to you?" Qin Feiyang joked. "What?" The fire dragon's eyes trembled, and immediately roared, "You damned human! I told you, you won't be proud for long, now it has come true." Qin Feiyang sneered. The fire dragon's face was as calm as water, and said, "Does the fire python have this video in its hands?" "It doesn't have it in its hands." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "In that case, as long as I kill you and destroy that video, there will be no evidence. At that time, even if the fire python tells the truth, without evidence, the Lord Beast God may not believe it." The fire dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Can you kill me?" Hearing this, the fire dragon's face suddenly sank again. Yes. The other party controlled the black tortoise realm, how could it kill him? Thinking of this, the fire dragon's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, how about we talk about conditions?" "What conditions?" The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at the fire dragon curiously. "Destroy that video, and I promise, I will not attack you. And I will give you the medicinal herbs and divine objects on the second floor." The fire dragon said. "Give them all to me?" Qin Feiyang was shocked, shook his head and said with a smile, "This is really a great temptation. You should have been on the second floor for 3 or 4 months, I believe you have some understanding of the situation here. I can tell you that the heavenly materials and treasures here are enough for you to enjoy for a lifetime." The fire dragon said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's breathing quickened, and his face was full of desire. "Brother Qin, the opportunity can't be missed, it won't come again. Besides, you are not very familiar with the fire python, there is no need to fight to the death with me for it." The fire dragon laughed. "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then what are you hesitating for? Quickly destroy the video, and these are all yours." The fire dragon urged. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, "I am indeed very tempted, but you are sinister and cunning, I don't dare to trust you. In the past, it was all my fault, but this time, I am sincere. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens." The fire dragon said anxiously. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered, and said, "Then swear." "I swear here, if I keep my promise, I will be struck by lightning, and my soul will be destroyed." The fire dragon roared. "Good, good, good." Qin Feiyang nodded his head again and again, his face full of smiles. The fire dragon laughed, "The poison oath has been made, now you can destroy the video." Actually, it was extremely angry in its heart, wishing that it could tear Qin Feiyang into pieces and destroy his bones.